the bird, or the cage? The answer is neither. Not in Cyberpunk. If freedom was so simple, V's life might have been very different. Reed's life, Myers' life, and today's subject, Song So Mi's. Sometimes you really are just a little bird at the mercy of the wind. If it blows you towards those gilded bars, it's there you'll stay. Even if someone comes along with a key, don't fall for it. Because by time you've stepped out the door, you realize too late you've exchanged one shiny prison for another. Hello, my name is Liddy, and welcome to Shaped by Stories, where we unpack how characters shape stories, and how those stories shape us. Let's get into it. Long before Song So Mi cracked into one of the toughest data fortresses in the world, before she was even Songbird, she was just a normal kid. So Mi was born on December 29th, 2045, likely in New York City, by then a part of the NUSA. So Mi doesn't speak much about her childhood, but she was likely raised by a single mother based on some comments that she makes. It seems, however, that So Mi either lost her mother or had a rocky relationship with her, as So Mi moved into her own place in Brooklyn when she was around 15, using money she'd made through net running. So Mi began her net running when she was at least 13, with an old deck that she bummed off a local ripper. Not unlike Hanako Arasaka, another noteworthy net running prodigy, So Mi had a wicked talent for the craft, as well as for sniffing out risk. But rather than avoiding these most perilous of gigs, So Mi sought them out. She saw them as worthy challenges, including one particular hack into a biotechnica fermentation facility. For the average person, something like that would be meaningless, but to the netrunning community, such a feat, especially for just one netrunner to pull off, is quite impressive. So Mi had her fair share of screw-ups, yes, but she learned from each one. She was dedicated to improving her skill, almost like this was a game that she just couldn't quit. So Mi built up a nice little life for herself. She'd blast her records, enjoy the bustling sounds of city life from her window, and jack back in for hours on end. But it wasn't all work and no play, because So Mi had friends. Despite being a chair jock, you can see her life in pictures on the walls of her apartment. She's at the beach, she's posing for pictures in front of vibrant graffiti, partying with her friends. She can recount to V that she's a Capricorn, as per one of her friend's astrology interests. She had a boyfriend as well. I also love So Mi's little pink faux hawk. It kind of reminds me of the down on a baby bird. Because So Mi, at this time in her life, really was just a happy-go-lucky kind of kid, living a carefree life. But she also was not fully appreciating the danger of her work. You can see her get really pissed off when she fails a dive, drinking and just chucking the empty bottle. She's still a kid. She's still impulsive. There's that whole thing about baby birds having to make that big jump from the nest, falling in order to fly. But what about the ones who leap before they're ready? Before So Mi was 19, she became more and more of a risk-taker. She was soon consumed by her work. She went from her friends surprising her with a birthday cake one year to barely seeing them the next. She and her boyfriend called it quits after a big argument about her dangerous focus on her work.
The fuck, So Mi? Been calling you 3 straight days.
Don't worry, got everything under control.
Are you fucking kidding me? Passed out in your goddamn chair last week. I spent the night making sure you didn't overheat and die.
Yeah, well, no one asked you to.
Oh, you even hear yourself?
Listen, got this new gig, like earth-shaking. If it works out, I'll be the first. Be making history. Now, I just need to focus. Need time. Space to think.
There it is, your new measure. But where's it leave us? You know what?
While we don't know if the gig she's speaking of is the big one I'm about to discuss, it very well could have been. When Somi was around 19, she managed to hack into a Militech data fort, an absolutely insane achievement. But this was Somi's version of Konpeki. It was here that her luck ran out and Netwatch found her. They were about to fry her when the FIA held them back on Solomon Reed's order. As President Myers says to V in Phantom Liberty,
"They should have flatlined her, but you don't kill talented teenagers when they do stupid things. You recruit them. Give kids like her a chance to make history." Reed understood that best of all. And of course he was right.
Reed went to Somi's apartment and proceeded to give her a spiel that he'd likely used on previous recruits before her.
Making me leave my home, my friends, everything worth a damn to me?
What's ahead is important. Worth so much.
Yeah, no. Hard pass.
Dick, Netwatch rolls up here. What happens to your people? We'll trust you. We'll care about you. Netwatch will know who lent you the eddies for your deck, who let you tap into the subnet of the cafe downstairs. Understand this. I'm the one chance at keeping you safe. Your friends safe. Or sure, let them get hurt.
Blackmail. That your play? Don't know me enough.
But I do know your type, and I know your answer. Just haven't admitted it to yourself yet.
Whether you see this as blackmail, logic, or both, that is up to the player. Somi basically had two choices here, though, neither of them great. One was get fried or imprisoned by Netwatch, and the other was to take Reed's offer and join the FIA. It is sad when you hear Somi talk about her friends and her life and not wanting to leave it, because from what V gets to see, Somi was sort of taking what made her life beautiful for granted, which is, a very standard kid thing to do. I think we've all done it at some point in our life, but for many of us, we grow up and get to appreciate those things that we once took for granted. We still get to see a lot of those people or return to a lot of those places and approach them with a more mature kind of appreciation and gratitude. Somi doesn't get that chance. She either dies, gets locked up, or signs her life over to the government. Solomon Reed can recount to V the moment that he drove Songbird away from Brooklyn, leaving her old life behind.
We're in a car, moving, leaving Brooklyn. She refuses to turn, look back. No tears, no sobbing, just a statement. Seems like you saved my life. She doesn't believe it. I can hear she doesn't believe it.
Somi very much was a little bird who never truly got the chance to fly free. She was a kid who was playing a very dangerous game, and before she could really take off, she was trapped. Solomon Reed became her mentor, and despite their less than ideal first meeting, the two did seem to develop a father-daughter dynamic. Reed never had a family outside of his work for the FIA, and Somi never, insofar as we know, had much of a father figure. But once Songbird received her codename, officially joining the FIA, their bond solidified, but it also became delicate, especially when Song So-mi was officially declared dead. Everybody from her previous life, her friends, her mother, her ex, would believe she died, probably fried on some gig. Reed was the only one who knew the old Song So-mi beneath Songbird, but he also had a hand in burying her. Songbird's first mission was in Medellin, Colombia, a mission where Alex, Reed's previous recruit, nearly got killed due to some messy intel of So-mi's. But still, they managed to make the gig work, and So-mi received a medal from President Myers herself. But to quote a certain vampire, this shit ain't nothing to her. She gave the medal to a homeless guy on the street, who pinned it on his shirt, and continued asking for cash. Somi had the system clocked from the very beginning, it seems, even if she wasn't yet worldly enough to realize it herself. Somi worked with Reed's team over the next few years, and she was competent enough that she became a favorite of the president. Her net running was an asset to the NUSA. Somi learned from Reed how to act as an agent, and as Reed describes her to V,
Thinking a few steps ahead was always her strength, but judgment calls and situational assessment, her Achilles heel. As a chess master, she'd be famous for dazzling plays and excruciatingly beautiful defeats.
yes, she is quite the artist, but Somi's finesse in, well, her finer moments was contrasted by her tendency to make less than great calls. When Somi did screw up, it often created such a mess that others, Alex included, had to clean it up and or save Songbird. It's not unreasonable to assume that even if she had managed to avoid getting caught by Netwatch and that data for it, Somi probably would have made a bad call down the line that would have landed her in another shit situation. And I also feel the same way about V if they had managed to pull off Konpeki Plaza. They were cruising for a bruisin'. During the Unification War between 2069 and 2070, Somi was with Reed, Alex, and the rest of Reed's agents in Night City. Somi had an apartment around the Pacifica area, and she often came to visit this particular overlook. Not unlike her home in Brooklyn, she enjoyed drinking in the sights and sounds of life. It's like a bird's eye view sort of thing, or she could just be another speck in the world, simply observing. It was a bittersweet reminder of the life she'd lost. Two things I'd like to note about her surroundings at this terrace. So there's that graffiti with the lady who's clearly linked up to some sort of machine and all these wires are replacing her head and her limbs and everything. That whole graffiti set piece looks like it's trying to tell us something. The other thing too is that Somi can also get a view of that giant lady statue that's closer to the pyramid on the north side of Dogtown. And when I look at this, I just see like a giant statue of Somi where her front looks more human-esque, but then her back is just this hollow, empty space. That statue's called Devotion, which feels like a dark joke in a way when you apply it to Songbird. Songbird gave everything to the NUSA, even if it was pretty much against her will. Another little detail I like about the statue is the same arm that is missing from the statue is the same arm that gets messed up when Somi is in the Cynosure core, the way her fingers are contorted. I just think that's at least a cool coincidence. And also, metal woman who is hollow inside with her arms held out in that semi-crucifixion pose. Okay, you get my point. That statue's also in the moth too, fun fact. And you know what I just realized? I guess the moth could be the winged creature that is Alex's animal metaphor here too, versus Somi's, which is a songbird. And you know, while moths are obviously really important ecologically speaking, like, we could go on all day about how awesome most types of moth are. Moths are kind of, in a metaphorical sense, a bit like a step down from butterflies, like the ugly duckling. And now I'm thinking of Alex being sort of the girl who wanted nothing more than to be the butterfly, but was sort of forced to be the moth, in this case for the FIA. Alex was never set up for a great life before Reed found her. And you know, she's still stepping through shit to this day. And you know, like a moth to a flame, Alex can perish in her greatest performance yet. And there's also the fact too that a songbird can eat a moth, recalling how many times Somi endangers Alex throughout the story, even in events prior to Phantom Liberty. Tangent over, back to terrace where Somi hangs out. After that moment of peace in her little nest, she'd have to go right back to helping Reed's crew assassinate Arasaka higher-ups, as well as many enemy agents in NC. Good times. Somi was in the Dogtown area during Kurt Hansen's mission, and it is possible that she interacted with him. Maybe she even witnessed what he did with Dogtown, but by this point she was also trying to get out of Dodge with the rest of Reed's team. The Unification War had ended with an uneasy peace brokered in 2070. After the assassination of yet another team member of theirs, Reed and So-Mi sit in a diner, chatting about their anticipated evacuation. Reed holds his hands in a ball upon the diner table. That makes 3 in as many days, he says. Songbird sips her coffee. Arasaka intel's robust. Driven. Reed looks up. Myers. Any word from her? Nope, Songbird says. Damn it. If her favorite's in the dark, there ain't no hope for the rest of us. Orders stand, Songbird says. Same as before, far as I know. Burn and bail. Something on the news distracts the two. A report on a downed AV that was carrying an Arasaka admiral, killing him. Songbird mutters, "Nuh-uh, wasn't us. Light on the op never flipped to green." I know, Reed says. Guess if it's not the rock, it's the hard place that'll crush you. Songbird sighs. Reed nods his head. That's Night City for you. Try the whole world. You've tried, Reed, I know, but you've got a ghost. Before it's too late. Reed stands up, leaving a couple eddies on the counter to pay for their coffee. Don't sweat it. I've got everything sorted. Promise you'll contact me, Songbird says. If you need anything, yeah, of course, I promise. Solomon, Songbird says. You know, there's no such thing as honor in Night City. Solomon turns and looks back at his protege, smiling at her. Yeah. Wager you're right. Catch you on the other side, Song. So this comic covers Solomon Reed trying to get every last agent of his out of Night City before he himself pulls out. And he manages to save the last agent, and he actually gives him his spot in a transport that was supposed to take him out of Night City. But after that guy leaves with that transport, Reed actually gets chased and found in a parking garage by some Arasaka soldiers. He fights them off and tries to contact Songbird, and eventually, after he gets away from the Arasaka goons, she answers, claiming that she was asleep. Reed needs her help to formulate a whole other escape plan, which leads to the Phantom Liberty trailer cinematic of the incident on the train. And on this train, Reed is handed over to Arasaka with Songbird's help on Myers' order.
I told you. You're the president's favorite. You're gonna walk out of this on a red carpet.
Yeah, sure.
Hey, you deserve it. I wouldn't be alive if it wasn't for you. You know what I'm thinking about right now?
Tell me.
Taco stand back home. First thing I'm gonna do when I get off this train is head right there. I swear those quesadillas come to me in my dreams.
Place sure sounds tasty.
Yeah. You were the one that took me there in the first place?
Yeah, I remember now.
Wow. Listen, when this is all over, you gotta take a break, you hear me? Tell me, do you copy? So maybe we got a passenger and he's carrying. I think we might be compromised. Can you hack the trap? Show me.
So one of the terms of the uneasy peace of the Unification War between the NUSA and Arasaka, among other things, is that they would hand Reed over. Because Reed was behind a lot of deaths of important personnel among Arasaka. And Songbird clearly didn't want to do this. You can just tell. I mean, I personally think that she was behind that first attack of Arasaka's in the parking garage. It was probably how she would have preferred it to go, as Solomon would never know that she had anything to do with it. But in the case of the train, she knew he knew. And she feels horrible about it because for her, she thinks that in Solomon Reed's last moments, he died thinking basically, holy shit, she's sold me out. This girl that he did care about. But as the president's favorite, who had no choice but to join the FIA, she had to do this. Or who knows what else. Myers ordered it. What Myers wants, she gets. What she said in her final conversation with Reed at that diner, was Songbird trying to warn him in the tiniest way? Or was it her sort of just trying to, ease her own pain in what she had been ordered to do and what she knew she probably couldn't escape doing. I'm not sure. I find that Somi has a few moments where I just can't decide what I think of what she's doing. Like, is she genuinely warning, or is she just trying to seek a twisted form of absolution before she strikes? Like, I don't know. Let me know what you think in the comments, please. I also have similar thoughts about Myers as well, and don't worry, I will talk about the eerie similarities between Somi and Myers later on in the video when we get to the endings. But I do want to say this right now. The NUSA coin, while sure that bird on one side is, probably an eagle, I do find it sort of interesting that on one side you have a bird and then the other side you have Myers. And I mean, Myers and Somi are two sides of the same coin. And Saul, keep in mind, was the only person left in the FIA who seemed to care about Song So-mi as a person to an extent. He may have also been the last big obstacle that Myers had in the planned upgrades that she wanted to install in So-mi, which happened not long after she returned from Night City. I'm not going to say So-mi didn't have some negative feelings about Saul. I think as much as they cared about one another, theirs was a complicated friendship. She knew that she couldn't fully trust him, as we'll discuss later. He was still sorta her polite captor, and he had landed her in far more danger than ever before on a regular repeat basis, despite promising that he would keep her safe. Of course, So-mi doesn't trust V until it's either too late or only when V makes their call in her favor, and even then, not entirely. She hasn't been able to truly trust or rely on anyone for years. As I said earlier, So-mi was to undergo her net running modifications after her return from Night City. We can see a glimpse of her pre-op in the Cynosure ending memories, which I will play here.
By the time you wake up, it'll be over and done with.
Shit, feeling dizzy. Think I might be scared. What if I'm no better?
Anesthetics kicking in.
All right, so now just lie back and close your eyes.
Seeing this dog? So beautiful.
Now count down for me. Start at 10.
10, 9, 8.
Patient's fully sedated.
Let's begin.
So the whole context leading up to this particular surgery is a bit up in the air. We don't know all the details. It's not stated that she was going under the knife because she'd already been passing through the black wall and needed parts of her body to be fixed, or if this was supposed to be some sort of hardware upgrade so she would have an easier time breaching the black wall. But based on a follow-up vision where we see her post-op, I don't think So-mi was made aware of the full extent of the implants that she was going to get. She may have thought that she was only going in for a few neat upgrades and fixes, but here, So-mi has this line that she says at the Black Sapphire party about the black wall, and she says, penetration comes at a price. And of course that line has many meanings in lore terms, but I cannot help but see the glaring similarity with the meaning in terms of bodily autonomy and trauma. Songbird was ripped open and treated like a tool. She was objectified and dehumanized just because those above her in the power structure could get away with doing it. She was just another weapon. Even if she was aware of the level of modification she was going to get for whatever reason, she still didn't really have any other option in that. Just the way she touches the back of her head when she stands up from the wheelchair in that one very brief vision, that's gotta be horrible. Just very much so like a what have you done to me kind of moment. And So-mi, at least to me, she never gives off the vibes of the usual Chrome Dome who is all about their implants. Like, people love showing off expensive chrome in the Cyberpunk universe if they got it. It is a status thing. But So-mi? There's a sense of her discomfort in her very own skin when you see her in person as V for the first time. Like, it's not even her own skin. I'll talk more about this later, especially in regards to her dress, but So-mi was violated on Myers' order. First her life, then Reed, then this. And it only gets worse. Myers forced So-mi to breach the Black Wall on multiple occasions, which is not only insanely difficult to do, it is also highly illegal. And yes, of course, all the corporations and big organizations and governments, they do it unofficially, but the risks to So-mi and the world were immense. This is, aside from the implants needed to ensure she could perform her work, why all but her brain has been replaced by cyberware in 2077. The Black Wall was slowly destroying her. V can actually find a file from an FIA psychologist in the Moth hideout that warns against pushing So-mi further, describing how the agent, quote, had to develop a strategy to mitigate the inevitable cognitive overloads. This leads to the agent cutting all processes at once, temporarily leaving her in a void, thoughtless. An average onlooker would be oblivious to these moments, but what is most concerning is the visible increment in the duration of the aforementioned episodes of panic, paired with subtle personality shifts. This expert concludes that Song So-mi requires care as well as additional extensive research into her ailment. I recommend she be suspended from service effective immediately and to send her to one of our research facilities, where we will be able to conduct an official diagnostic process. And from what we understand, this recommendation was ignored. Myers knew about the damage that Songbird was suffering at her order, and she still kept pushing her. It's possible that So-mi was breaching the Black Wall even before the hit on Reed, for all we know. She actually has a moment, remember, in the trailer, where she forgets that she's the one who told him about the taco stand. And, she could have just been forgetting because of nerves about what she was about to do. That would be completely understandable. But as So-mi says, each breach takes something out of the person that she once was. So-mi was initially just a kid who was batting against the corpse. Not to prove anything, despite the fact she had a really rocker boyish kind of style, but just because she enjoyed the challenge of it. She didn't fully recognize just how serious shit was. She seemed like a relatively normal kid, insofar as Cyberpunk goes. And it was just one big bad decision to cap off a series of big risks that led her out of the frying pan and into the fire. Breaching the Black Wall, covering up the NUSA's atrocities around the world, possibly even carrying some out. All of this has to take a toll. Everyone has their breaking point. By 2077, Songbird knew she was dying. We don't know the full extent of any conversations she may have had with Myers about this, but she was being pushed to breach the Black Wall as recently as December 22nd, 2076, just a few days shy of So-mi's 31st birthday. This is just the last time that V can be made aware of prior to the events of Phantom Liberty. Netwatch apparently detected this breach attempt, which may hint at So-mi's declining state of mind. Perhaps she was getting sloppier. Myers almost certainly knew that So-mi was gravely ill, for lack of a better term, from what she was making her do, but she didn't view it as important enough to stop pointing her at whatever target she sought beyond Black Wall boundaries. At some point, So-mi learned about the neural matrix housed in the Project Cynosure facilities beneath Dogtown. It's not crazy to think that she could have found this information herself. She isn't just a top agent, she's also a wickedly sharp netrunner. Maybe she forwarded what she found to Kurt Hansen, and that's how their partnership began. But I also wonder, too, if someone powerful in the NUSA government, who maybe didn't really like Myers, maybe Elizabeth Kress, for instance, who was president during the original rendition of Project Cynosure, maybe she leaked the knowledge to So-mi. Whatever the case, So-mi made a deal with Kurt Hansen, trading one devil for another, in the hopes that she could finesse the shit out of him. She'll bring him Myers, and he'll give her the neural matrix. But So-mi wasn't completely alone in all this. She had a benefactor, one who would provide her passage to a moon-based medical center where the neural matrix would be used to save her life. So-Mi can tell V that she doesn't know this benefactor's name, or even his affiliation. She only knows he has these glowing blue eyes. She doesn't even know exactly why he's interested in helping her. Maybe he's the one who forwarded the information about the neural matrix to her. I don't know. That wouldn't surprise me. As we know, nothing is ever free in Night City, but So-Mi felt like, once again, she had no choice but to take the hand offered, if she wanted to survive. Sometime around mid-June of 2077, the moment finally arrived. With a small crew, including Songbird herself, President Rosalind Myers was aboard Space Force One as it flew over the California coast. So-Mi planned to hack the craft, downing it carefully in Dogtown. But this plan lacked grit, as Kurt Hansen says, so he decided to fire missiles at it instead. While this is going on, V is just minding their own business in Pacifica, skimming through a copy of Rudyard Kipling's Kim. At least if you're starting a new game at the Phantom Liberty start point. That book and its connection to Phantom Liberty is worth its own video. But that is when Songbird calls V, asking for their help in saving the president. So-Mi is simply acting as the president's right hand here, but most importantly, she tells V that she knows how to save their life. They only need to save the president. And Songbird herself. Songbird did her research on V. She knew of their predicament, of how they were dying and fighting to save themselves. Songbird also knew about Konpeki Plaza. Songbird knew she had leverage over V. A leverage that she understood very, very well. So-Mi meets V by the Dogtown gates, hijacking the relic and appearing to V as Johnny does.
Fucking what the? It's like someone shoved my head in a place.
You're gonna be okay. Breathe deep. Count to 10. Recite a mantra. Whatever brings calm. Helps you stabilize. Your nervous system took a big hit. Broke down. Racing heart, cold sweat. It'll pass.
Fucking hope so.
I know about the bomb ticking in your head. If I could disarm it now, I would in a heartbeat. You'll feel better any second now.
V, something stinks here. Think she's fucking with the relic. How in the...
All true, Johnny. But don't you fret. They're both safe.
Nah, fuck
Both
off.
of us on the biochip protocol at once can trigger shocks for V, like you just saw now. Gotta cut you off.
What
For
the
your safety, for V's safety.
So-Mi is the only other person who directly interacts with Johnny, aside from that one cat. Her entrance at the Dogtown gate totally reflects what Solomon Reed said about her and So-Mi's dazzling displays. She also plays the friendly, sympathetic part very well, and I think that this is because a lot of it is genuine. So-Mi does understand what it's like to have made a stupid, greedy call that lost her everything, loved ones included, like V's loss of Jackie. She expresses to V in that moment she is in more trouble than even her own Konpeki when she hacked that Militech data fort. And the fact that she's mostly truthful with V on a personal level is what helps to sell her manipulations. It's what makes it easier for V to sort of trust her and go with what she wants. She might not have chosen the life of an agent in any other universe, but she approached it with a similar verve as she did net running. She seems to be the type who wants to be as good as she can at whatever challenge she encounters. But the stakes are less for personal satisfaction now. They're life-saving. or life-ending. I also want to note here the inclusion of these sort of screaming vocals in Somi's soundtracks all throughout Phantom Liberty. I saw YouTube comments somewhere, I cannot remember what video it was on, but basically they thought of these vocals as the AIs beyond the black wall, who are just screaming in Somi's ear all the time, which is an awesome idea because, yeah, you do hear those grating screams beyond the black wall in that one Voodoo Boys mission, but you can also see it as just Somi's own anguish and terror sealed away deep inside as she goes about this final quest. You also get a moment where you do see a hint of Somi's Blackwall dementia. Of course, Somi does keep a really crucial piece of information from V at this point, and it is that she used the Blackwall to crack into their head. Scary shit. Quite the risk for Somi, who is already in dire straits.
Seem to have a little time. Care to spare a few deets about yourself?
Well, I'm a Capricorn.
So what? That make you stubborn? Or are you intimating that you buy into that hippy-dippy starscope?
Well, I am stubborn. Do I buy it? Don't know. Had a good friend who did. No idea why it popped into my head now. Guess it meant something to me once.
Care to tell me about it?
Sure, sometime. Promise.
This is really easy to miss on a first playthrough, because I think you get it depending on what one of 3 or 4 dialogue options you pick when you're talking to her in the parking garage. You might never even choose that dialogue on multiple playthroughs. If her forgetfulness prior to Reed's attack isn't the first hint of Somi's Blackwall damage, this definitely is. Her friends are just phantom fragments in her mind, fading fast. You can see Somi's stress as she leads V through the Dogtown Stadium. She is hacking sloppy, perhaps like that previous Blackwall Protocol hack attempt. She's urging V to hurry, Space Force 1 is coming down fast, and right as it crashes smack dab in the middle of Dogtown, you can see Somi's escape pod shooting off into the outcroppings of Dogtown's east side. You can find this pod later where a savvy V can conclude that Somi was trying to hack the pod and alter its speed and whatnot to prevent a deadly landing. But there were 9 other people on Space Force 1 who perished in the crash. Somi got the president in a safe room, but none of the other crew members made it into the escape pod with her, I'm pretty sure. Like, did Somi, after securing the president, did she shut them out of the pod intentionally? I doubt that they were all already dead. If V scans the bodies they can find on Space Force 1, it's implied that the carnage of the crash was what did them in. I've just always wondered about that. Somi managed to make some ground after she left the escape pod, but it wasn't long before Hansen's goons caught up with her. It was actually right around the time that she hacked that Chimera tank, using some risky Blackwall-type software. Somi seemed to get immobilized by whatever she'd tapped into, losing control to the forces consuming her. She is cut off from V after this, with Johnny returning, but relieved. He describes where Somi went post-disastrous hack.
Felt like I was underwater, leagues down. Tried to surface, but this suffocating, sucking sound pulled me back in. Then when she lost control of the Chimera, the water turned into fucking boiling tar.
Seems like the sitch spiraled out of control.
Amen to that.
So yeah, this mission just got a lot more complicated. The other thing too is that just prior to the Chimera tank, Somi has these things to say about the Militech exhibits in that little museum, and through that, some things to say about Myers.
It was an urban renewal effort, designed to curb Arasaka's growing influence. Militech backed most of the projects.
So Militech sank money into Dogtown too?
That's not what it was called then, but yes.
On paper, urban renewal. Under that cover, military infrastructure development. But abandon all hope of hearing a word of truth.
A bright future, with the right financing. But wars scare off investors.
Wars don't happen out of the blue. This? No exception. Orders were issued. There's the Rosalind Myers I know. Never a shadow of accountability.
A gilded monument to a certain someone's bloated ego.
Takes one to know one.
So did So-Mi not want us to trust Myers? Was she hoping to paint her in a negative light early on in the hopes that she could use that to guide V to her side later? Was she just trying to justify to herself what she was doing to her? There is a moment as well in the stadium while we're on that subject where it does feel like So-Mi is saying something more to herself rather than to V.
Relic will finish me sooner rather than later.
But you're here. Looking for a means to survive. Still fighting. Think you'd do anything for another chance?
Can't deny it.
Chin up. We're in this together.
There's so many layers already of a game being played here, but also Songbird's own reluctance to play it. But I also can't help but wonder if that moment where she's kind of talking shit about Myers in the museum, is that just impulsive shit-talking? It's hard to say because we know So-Mi makes some impulsive decisions that aren't the greatest. And we've seen and can hear from her past coworkers about that. I don't know, but I wonder. So-Mi, after her capture, is understandably not thrilled about what Kurt Hansen tried to pull. Myers wasn't supposed to be exploding in orbit, and that also risked So-Mi's life too. But of course, Hansen was just laser focused on getting what he wanted. So-Mi knows that she is in the, wolf's den at this point, and is Hansen's prisoner. And sure, she is a prisoner in the lap of luxury, but she's not willing to accept that as an alternative to Myers' clutches. She keeps her near-death situation close to her chest, and she tries to keep cool about the big pile of shit she's landed herself into. Hansen tells her that to get what she wants, she needs to get him the data on the Cynosure mainframe. So-Mi knows, after Hansen's missiles, that she really can't trust anything Kurt says. She can't even trust that he is gonna let her go after. So she is constantly playing two games. Playing a bit dumb around Hansen, but also trying to plot her escape. It says a lot that she seems to have not expected this beforehand. Maybe the consequences just didn't matter to her though, because she's dying anyway. It just sucks that the other people on Space Force 1 became collateral in all this. Now, I don't know if Songbird didn't reconnect with V because she was thinking she could operate without them now. Like, maybe she only thought that, V must have got Myers out and left town. It's hard to say. But when V, through Slider and their Blackwall protocol, reconnects So-Mi with the relic, So-Mi seems rather relieved to hear their voice, and to hear that Reed is also involved in saving her. I should also note that this is the point where V learns that So-Mi cracked into their head using the Blackwall, and that's definitely a what the fuck kind of moment, especially when you see how freaked out Slider is by it. There's times where So-Mi sort of speaks about it like, you're not the one in danger, V, it's me, I'm in danger. So-Mi, you are the danger. Given how sloppy she's been at this point in the story too, that doesn't exactly inspire confidence in that sort of sentiment. It just sort of sucks that, So-Mi's someone who is forced to use the Blackwall, and of course that's terrible, but then she kind of forces V to sort of, not quite interface with it, but you're kind of like very close to it. I'm surprised there's not more of an option for V to be kind of like, what the fuck about that, because that is crazy. Maybe she just didn't want to use the Blackwall herself to reconnect, given the damage it would do to her in this extremely vulnerable time. Or maybe she was just hoping that V would skip town and she'd never have to worry about stringing them along again. It also physically pains both Songbird and V to be talking through the Blackwall. It also kills Slider, so, it's not pleasant. It's not unlike when V has those creepy, seemingly painful blackouts during the Peralez questline. But despite this and their limited time on the line, Songbird tells V to get into the Black Sapphire for Hansen's upcoming party. They'll meet in person there. Great. And while, for sure, this probably isn't like the standard connection to the Blackwall that Songbird performs, but just seeing the adverse effects that this connection has, you can only imagine what that is like, dealing with the Blackwall as much as Songbird has for as many years as she has, how disabling it is, how painful it can be, how terrifying it can be. It really is a horror show. Even just hearing the way Slider, a voodoo boy who actually turned against the other voodoo boys because he had a different opinion on, tinkering with the Blackwall, he's pretty terrified about what he's dealing with, but he has no choice but to help V and Reed here because, Reed and the FIA are holding a gun to his head. It's important to note, too, that the FIA blinded Slider and used this as well as other leverage to get him to be an informant of theirs, and you're kind of looking at an early version of Songbird's story here in a way. Like, you get introduced to this voodoo boy who's terrified of the Blackwall, knows you shouldn't fuck with it, yet he is under pressure and forced to do this for V and Reed. It's just an interesting little hint at the overarching issue with this whole story. And also, it's interesting, too, to see Reed's similar role here. At this party, Somi is first spotted atop a perch overlooking the casino. She's dressed almost like a tropical bird, and at first we only see her front. Only when we approach her do we see the full extent of her implants. Now, returning to my opinion that I don't think that she's comfortable with those implants at all, I wouldn't be shocked if Hansen picked this dress for her to wear as a form of embarrassment. He knows that she's not comfortable with them. Or also as a reminder that she is in his cage. Maybe he wanted to make her bright and noticeable for all his powerful friends that, yes, he has Myers as pet in his menagerie now. Even the way the beams in the ceiling look around the casino, they just remind me of a bird's cage with all the little perches and stuff for the birds to stand on. Songbird also seems to stand in a way so that she's not showing V or even Reed her implants. When she loads into V's head, she tends to use a version of herself from before her conversion, showing just how much she misses those days, the person she used to be. It was like she just wanted one person to know her in that shape, and with V, it was sort of her last chance to really do that. And I think it is a sad point for her when she knows that that illusion is dispelled. Like, I can't imagine the level of body dysmorphia that Somi feels. How much she misses the person that she used to be. First things first, when Somi mentions Slider's death, almost like she's asking the question, and she seems sort of sheepish and a bit guilty, I actually think that she did purposefully kill him. And I think that that is because she just wanted to make sure any loose ends were tied. If he was able to utilize the Blackwall to reconnect V and Songbird and he saw some shit, who knows what he would have seen. Maybe her secret would get out, maybe he would use that as leverage. Who knows what he would have done with it? Maybe nothing, maybe he didn't know anything. She might feel a bit bad about it, but Somi, I think, made a cold and calculating decision there. Wonder who she learned that from more, Myers or Reed. But I do think Somi is being genuine when she says that she is grateful that V is there. And I also believe that she means what she says when she and Reed reunite for the first time since her betrayal of him on that train.
I ran out of time to explain everything. Saul, I've made so many mistakes.
It's all right, son. Not your fault. The blame's on us. All of it.
On you?
Myers, all of them. I know what they made you do. They pushed and pushed, and I wasn't there to stop it.
Listen, guys. We do not have the time for this now.
Right. Main thing is to get you out of here.
That's not happening.
It is. We got in, we can get out. Just
not the point. I'm dying, Saul. Like V. Hansen has the cure we need. We run now, we both die. Relic's killing V. Blackwall's my poison. I can't bow out now.
Oh. Sharing a boat to oblivion with me? Could have said something.
Had no time. Still don't. But hear me out. I need help. Your help. Hansen pulled some tech out of a bunker under Dogtown. Tech that could cure both V and me. We need to clep it. Only way I see of doing that is to stay close. Play the prisoner.
So, fuck.
We'll wait for an opportunity and pounce. I'll be on the inside, ask for your help when the time's right. I can flee once I have that tech.
Nothing's ever simple, is it?
So me. Care to introduce your friends? It's not often I'm simply not familiar with guests attending my own party. And I never forget a face. Kurt Hansen.
Name's V. Just V. Haven't seen So-Me in years. Trying to catch up.
Oh, that's what this is. To me, reunions consist of picking up the broken, scattered shards of your heart. Or teeth. Always hurts. Well, I need to grab you, darling. I have a couple NC politicos here who are dying to meet you. And if we're to keep hungry rats from devouring Dogtown, we really do need to feed them the occasional scraps.
I'm all yours, Kurt. See you soon, V.
So, So-Me is sneaky. Of course she is. She pops that shard into the champagne glass to give to V when Hansen is busy peacocking. She almost seems to be very familiar with Kurt, and some people have wondered, and myself included, if she's kinda honeypotting him. Maybe not all the way, but she plays the games he seems to like to play. We see how he is with Aurora Cassell, for instance. Songbird is valuable to him, she's obviously beautiful, and Hansen probably wouldn't mind thinking that this kind of lady is into him. It wouldn't shock me if she's playing him in that sense to keep him at least personally interested in her. But you can see Kurt kind of brush her posterior with his hand when they're walking away, and Reed just kind of turns around watching them like, what the fuck is going on here? The other thing, too, when it comes to Saul, I do think there's a small part of So-Me that wants nothing more than to just spill everything to him. And there's that part of him, too, that wants to believe everything she says. But too much trust has been broken, as Hansen points out when he walks up, and also as Johnny points out by the Dogtown Memorial Tree in that one conversation about Alex and Reed's near-death friendship. Reed might know it was Myers who pulled the plug on him, but So-Me was still the tool that carried it out. So-Me knows that Reed, despite his well-intentioned promise to protect her, has always failed in that promise. The two are seas apart, each a reminder of tender wounds inflicted by the other. So-Me pops back up in V's head again after brushing their cheek. She doesn't need to breach the black wall anymore to access the relic, hence how she keeps talking to V throughout the rest of the story. Now V, here in this conversation, can call Songbird out for her lie of omission earlier.
Lied to me, Song. Said you had the cure. No mention of a fuckload of flaming hoops I gotta jump through to get it.
It was no trick. Just didn't tell you the whole story. V, I can't explain everything now. It's too much. But I really do need your help. All I want is to get that cure for us. It's what I've been chasing all along.
So Songbird is really crafty here. This conversation is got a lot of things going on. I do believe her. All she wants to get is that cure for us. She may want that, but she also knows that's not how that's gonna work.
Got a plan? Spill it.
Hansen needs me and a duo of runners who worked on this tech in the past. They actually grabbed access codes they're willing to unload for a price. Classic black market shit. They're bringing access, I'm bringing know-how about how to pull the matrix and data off the mainframe. We're to work side by side, giving us a chance. You clip the access codes, then get the runners out of the way. You'll then impersonate them for a meet with Hansen. Say meet or we'll swipe the matrix out from under his nose.
So, runners. We're to impersonate them? How?
Personality theft tech. Firm kind of specializes in it. Alex and Reed know it well. They'll explain. Of all people, couldn't have imagined those two would be on our side helping.
This job, this whole story about Hansen. Not adding up something fierce, Song. You're hiding something, still.
I don't have time to explain the ins and outs now. V, please, we need the Matrix. Focus on the runners. Find them. They're here. Downstairs. Red-headed twins, walled to the teeth with ice. Grocery scans will show you bunk.
You're blowing me off.
Champagne glass over there. Prep some intel for you. Get it to read. You'll need it later. Really need to go now, V. I'm counting on you.
Songbird. And she's gone.
Somi is kind of just flying by the seat of her pants here. As Alex says, shit in, shit out. Very true. So V, Reed, and Alex all have to arrange to kidnap the Cassell twins. They have to use the personality chameleon tech to steal their identities, steal their access codes. And Somi, after she conveys this plan, she blows V off right before V can watch a very Songbird-coded holographic concert performed by Lizzie Wizzy. The visuals really fit Songbird's whole journey throughout the story. You got this winged woman who gets attacked and cornered by this black dog, like the Barghest sigil. You could see the dog as chained, but you could also see the woman's wings are turned into chains. And then, you got the brain with the electrical impulse thingies, I guess. Like, maybe you could see that as, oh shit, that's Somi's mind getting eaten up and fried. There's lots of red everywhere. Remember, mean red's black wall. And then there's the gems. I don't really know exactly what those mean. Is that supposed to be like the black sapphire? Like, please send help. I don't know how to interpret this entirely. But then the lady starts levitating again. She doesn't have wings. She's in a web. It reminds me of the name of the quest where V rescues Myers, the spider and the fly. Here's this woman, she's trapped, but then she casts the spider off and now she's just falling and it's beautiful and it's dazzling, but still falling, and then bye-bye. I mean, the fact that the song is Delicate Weapon kind of connects this is rather obtuse, like it connects with the Just Another Weapon theme of Songbird, but some of the lyrics, tell me all the ways that I hurt you, make me feel the same, baby it's the worst day of my whole life, put me out of my misery, baby take it out on me, sorry I can't make it easy, it's somebody in the comments, I'm sure you got a better brain for this, so if please share your thoughts. At the bar downstairs, though, Reed knows that Somi is hiding things. He knows that she can't be trusted. Somi was behind the crash. He puzzles this out so quickly. Everything Songbird has said is being put into question by someone who is better at playing the game than she is. Who knows, maybe Somi was aware that Hansen was going to kill Myers. She just didn't want to get blown up in the process. I don't know. Nothing is clear. Reed is right about this one thing. As dishonest or misleading as Reed himself can be, you can't really take Songbird's word for anything. It would be really hard to at this point, knowing what we know, even on a first playthrough. But what other option does V have but to keep playing this game? V, after the Sapphire Party, is sort of stuck in limbo. You want to believe he has everybody's best interests in mind here, that everybody's gonna come out of this okay. And Songbird is being very cagey. But on the other hand, you're still emotionally inclined towards Songbird. Not only is she in a similar situation to V, she is also still promising a fix for their problem. You and Johnny are both kind of stuck in the middle here, thinking, what the fuck is even all this? When V gets the call for the FIA's plan to extract Somi, they see that Reed still views himself as personally responsible for his former protege. And in a way, this is what makes him most dangerous to Somi's plans. She knows that his idea of what's best for her is not what she thinks is best for her. It always has to coincide with the interests of his country, the FIA, and the NUSA. As much as Saul professes to care about Somi, it's actually Alex who seems to, indirectly, be more inclined to just let Somi do what she wants in a very I'm so fucking done kind of way. Alex tries to tell Reed that despite the tensions between Alex and himself, that this is Somi's mess. It had nothing to do with him, and he's taking too much emotional responsibility on Songbird's behalf. Reed is not so sure about this. Alex is irritated that once more, she does have to put her ass on the line to pull Somi out of a hell of her own making, forced Blackwall breaching aside. Alex just wants her retirement. She's not like Reed, who's motivated by a maze of conflicting loyalties and principles. She just wants to stop having to sift through shit for other people. Alex and Somi had very similar starts in life, but you could argue that Alex's was a lot worse. I get into that in her video. And it's also funny that both Alex and Somi, they don't love their jobs. They don't love being agents of the FIA. They're not patriotic. They were dragged into this world because they really didn't have any other options. But Alex still takes her work very seriously. She's been able to portray a whole other identity, for instance, consistently undercover for about 7 years. I don't think you can argue that it's a difference of passion. Somi is as passionate about her net running as Alex is about acting. But knowing Somi, she almost definitely couldn't have pulled off a persistent individual mission for 7 whole years, seemingly without any major hiccups. Alex seems to hate the whole bullshit of the FIA more than anyone, but she still takes her work and how it affects others on her team very seriously. Somi has a history of rushing, or forgetting things, or not seeing all the potential outcomes of a situation and how they would affect others. She's still a wicked runner, and she's very gifted in that regard, but she's not a very good team player. We could see that clearly in her early life with how she cuts out her friends and doesn't really appreciate the care they provide her, to the point that they and her boyfriend leave her. Somi can be very self-centered in this way, or a little too self-absorbed. As V helps to assemble the final plan with Reed and Alex, Songbird asks for V to meet them on the old terrace that she used to hang out on in simpler times. So, looking at it after a couple playthroughs, I still have trouble being super sure of Somi's intentions, and I like that. This whole story of Phantom Liberty, I can never play it and have the same opinion in a row. It always changes. Sometimes it goes back and forth. It's just, I don't know what to think about this. It's really good, but I don't trust anybody. But I do think that Somi realizes here that logically she is not standing on solid ground. V has caught her in some big lies or fibs or omissions already. She knows that Reed has probably seen through her a fair bit, and she lets that spill at the Sapphire when she says, "I'm surprised those two are on our side." Like, Somi, shush! God, she's singing like a canary. Well, knowing she's in a weak spot with V, she tries to appeal to them in the only way she really effectively can, and that is emotionally. Common ground. She tries to appeal to them like they are the only one she trusts, to try and earn that trust from them. And she's pretty good at this, as she blends a lot of her genuine thoughts and feelings into this talk. Her recounts of her time in Brooklyn and sharing that personal part of her history is what helps to really humanize her and merge her own experience fighting her impending doom with V's. There's layers she's trying to hide with that. Once the whole blast from the past part of this conversation is done, she says this: "By the time you realize you missed something, it's usually too late." This line could have a double meaning. And yes, like it's a classic, you don't know what you had till it's gone, but V's gonna get fucked over no matter what here. And Somi always knew, from her perspective, that V was gonna get fucked over. Unless V fucks her over. So she was taking a risk with bringing V into this whole thing in the first place. So if you don't call Somi out right away on her role in downing Space Force 1 and the deal she made with Hansen, she will admit it. Like, she might be hoping that admitting this to V will make V trust her more in the end, even though we did learn about this from Reed prior. She's probably assuming that he figured it out, and she maybe wants to beat him to the punch in admitting it and sort of take power over that admission. But she insists that killing Myers wasn't part of the plan. Getting the crew killed wasn't part of the plan. She was supposed to ground Space Force 1, and she always intended V to rescue Myers, while Somi would steal the neural matrix and then run. Which is a crazy plan. And that's the thing, is she being honest? Was this her initial plan? Because knowing what we know about Songbird and her history of questionable judgment, or her more impulsive nature, it is sort of as likely that she's not being honest here as it is that she's telling the truth. She paces a bit, with Hansen's visage at her back, like he's breathing down her neck. And he is, because she probably is in that tower at her back right now. She might be looking out the window of her room or something, right down at that terrace where they're having that conversation. V is So-Mi's only chance to squeeze out of this mess in one piece. When she turns around after saying that she's dead if she can't make her escape, you see the skeletal graphic on the back of her jacket. And even though this is an older version of her, a younger, more vibrant, more hopeful version of herself, she always had a grim fate awaiting her as an FIA servant. Because it really did always come down to what So-Mi outlines here. Love her or hate her, what she says is true for all FIA operatives in Myers' menagerie, but it is doubly so for her.
Wasn't any other way, honestly.
Wouldn't have resorted to this if there was. For Myers, the NUSA, I'm just another weapon in their arsenal. A tool for reaching beyond the black wall. And weapons and tools, they don't get to make decisions or choose to retire.
There's also just the overall meaning of that whole discussion, if you look at it in a broader sense. Because everyone in this world is just struggling as a part of a system that is destroying them. Songbird and that man on the street, who she gave that medal to, who was perhaps yet another veteran who fought for his country, only to be left in the dust. She was looking at herself there, at the rest of the world. Everybody is trapped in this crapshoot system for a whole variety of reasons, some well beyond their control, some because they're delusional, some because they think they'll be happier if they turn the system to their favor. You know, you have So-Mi, Reed, Alex, V, Hansen, even Myers. They're all stuck, they're all trapped. Reminds me of another world. So-Mi is trying to escape this world in the most basic sense, to survive, but is that goal of survival even realistic? Maybe not, but it's understandable that she wants to try. Maybe your V wants to try to escape this world too. Otherwise, we're all just tools, weapons, or a dollar figure in someone's wallet. It's pretty shit.
Don't trust Reed? Guy wants to save your life.
He saved me once already. Word of a boss shit on Militech crossed his desk, so he knocked on a 19-year-old girl's door with an offer she couldn't refuse.
Join and serve, or become a Netwatch trophy.
That girl died that day. The person in front of you is what was born from that death. Of course, Reed, he died too. Just more recently, 7 years ago. The NUS issued his death sentence, yet he serves the country to this day, clinging to something that's lost all meaning to me.
She is right that V gets her unique situation better than anyone else. And she is right that Reed is a lost cause, given his undying loyalty to a nation who once tried to kill him. And no, she can't trust him to see things her way, that the FIA and the NUSA cannot be trusted to do right by the people who work for it, himself included. So-Mi can further explain to V how the black wall leeches almost sort of the soul from a person with each exposure.
I wanted to ask, actually. What happens, exactly, when you reach past the black wall?
Know the feeling when you try to remember the address of a place you lived half your life, but it just turns up blank?
Mean losing your memory?
A snowflake lands on my glove. I can calculate its unique fractal structure. But what did my mom's voice sound like? Sometimes I lose control. Or get the sense I'm surrendering to someone else. But it feels horrible.
Felt it too. With the Chimera. Like a living nightmare.
Yeah. More and more, I get the sense someone's standing behind me. But there's never anyone there.
So, jumping out of Cyberpunk universe here for a second with this discussion, I realize I need to sharpen up on my World of Warcraft lore, but I keep thinking of Sylvanas Windrunner, especially with how Somi describes her suffering here. Like, I think of Sylvanas a lot with the character of Somi, with Arthas turning Sylvanas into a banshee, then her trying to escape the horrific fate of total death that he condemned her to by making her undead, and the lengths that this Sylvanas was willing to go to avoid that fate. Like, Sylvanas was, at least from what I remember, it's been years, she was such a fascinating character. Like, that Sylvanas was also violated and forced against her will to do terrible things just further makes me connect her and Somi when I play Phantom Liberty. And, like, both these characters, it's entirely reasonable to dislike them. Like, they both manipulate, they lie, they do terrible things to save themselves. But at the same time, the writing was there that made you go, oh, I get why they're doing it, though. I get why they're terrified, and I can understand why they're doing what they're doing. Anyway, maybe I'll talk about Sylvanas someday, I don't know. But yeah, no. Older days Sylvanas, Song Somi, they should be in a club. A club about facing fates worse than death and how to avoid them, at any cost. Somi proposes that they go along with Reed and Alex's plan, but let them get held up when they go to take on Hansen. She and V can escape in the chaos, and you can either say Mum about her plan, or tell Reed. Either way though, the big decision still comes at the stadium. Songbird will text you with further, more personal texts as well, before you start the final infiltration. She's clearly nervous that V won't take her side, that V won't bite at that kindred spirit sort of bait. But despite all the truths that Somi might be sharing with V, she still slips in the biggest lie on that tranquil terrace, that she can save them both. At the stadium, V, in disguise, successfully fools Hansen. Somi appears, feigning ignorance about the whole thing, and saying that the mainframe is ready. It's Kurt's moment to get what he wants off that thing, and it's Somi's turn to get that neural matrix. Well, God, this mission is great no matter what you choose. It's just that one pathway is particularly scary. I'm going to cover that one first. I will show that moment here.
Home stretch.
The neural matrix.
Kurt, we have a problem. No, I can handle the one down here.
Really expected this to work?
Somi! You don't know what you're doing.
Oh, but I do know me. Doing what I have to survive. What? What?
It's working, V. Icebreaker's getting through.
Why? Why are you doing this?
Trying to save Somi, who she is. Black Wall's eaten your mind.
Nothing. You understand nothing. Two-faced.
What?
What the hell's going on?
Big mistake, V. All of this?
It's in you.
Holy shit. Feels like I fell down an elevator shaft.
What the hell?
Everyone to the
What was that?
Bust down that door!
Cyberpsychosis. Just got a second-long taste of what it's like. Someone crank the dials. Max amps. With the whole of space-time.
My head.
Yep, scary shit. It's cool to see how she picks up on it super quick, though. You can just tell by the flick of her eyes, that little So yes, Songbird gets Alex killed here, and she's now possessed, basically, by those rogue AIs because of the icebreaker. It weakens her and she has to tap into the black wall, but she's not strong enough to really maintain much of herself in this moment. So what you do see of Songbird, especially when she starts the "you two-faced snakes, all of you" bit, that is not entirely her. Now, it's still partially her, but I don't think she's as much of a hypocrite here as, you might think on a first playthrough. I sort of see it as whatever rogue AIs that are infecting her. They're certainly not the most pleasant party guests to have over, and they're sort of kicking up and they're sort of dredging up all the crap that's deep inside Songbird that she hates about herself. Songbird hates that she's a liar, she hates that she's a traitor, and in this moment when she's dealing with her whole plan, her whole world, any hope that she had of freedom, it's all just crashing down around her now. And everything she's done, the lives she's ruined, the people she's killed, the people she's hurt, it's all pointless. And of course she points the finger at V when she's in this state. Because yeah, V did pull that trigger in a way, but she's also just not herself anymore here, and it's only gonna get worse for her. The other thing too that I want to mention is just the fact that So-Mi, not possessed So-Mi, but So-Mi decided to basically get Alex killed. And I'm not gonna say that Alex is a morally spotless person, and I'm also not gonna say that Alex wasn't in this gig to basically save her own ass. She wanted to get retired, and if that meant capturing So-Mi, Alex would probably attempt to do it. But it's just crazy to see, because I would not be shocked if Alex and So-Mi used to be pretty decent friends. They work together a lot, and it is said that she, Reed, and So-Mi went to So-Mi's grave, and they poured whiskey over it. So obviously that the three of them were there together means that they were probably pretty close-ish at one point. It says a lot about how desperate So-Mi is. If So-Mi's been having herself ripped away from her for the last 7 years, Alex has also been experiencing a sort of suppression of herself and her own work for the last 7 years. And I'm not about to, compare the level of trauma, because So-Mi's literally having her brain erased in a very Alzheimer's-esque sort of black wall effect. Alex is not. But Alex and So-Mi are so similar in the sense that they're two cogs in a machine that is slowly killing them, eating away at them. And it just sucks to see them kind of in a position where one is always attempting or succeeding to screw over the other in order to get free, as it were. But there is another line too, though, that So-Mi will say to V, and V will kind of react like, what the fuck?
I'll hack the local net, override its defense systems, turn the whole stadium hostile. We'll slip out in the chaos.
But how many would die?
They'll die so we can survive. Live.
So-Mi is willing to harm people, she's willing to ruin lives, kill people to save her own. And you're kind of left to ask yourself in that moment, as V even, like how easily Songbird can place the value of her own life above everybody else in that stadium, above everybody else who she's hurt in her quest for simply being able to keep who she is intact. On the other hand, you can get it in the sense that survival instinct is fucking strong, I'm sure, but Jesus. And she knows that she's doing something terrible because of how she blames it on V. Deep down, So-Mi hates that she's doing all this shit. Evidently not enough to stop what she's doing, but the two-faced snake thing doesn't bother me at all. What So-Mi says when she's an AI doesn't bother me. It's just mostly that line that she says before she and V make that final decision, because she's lying through the skin of her teeth here too, V on one level, but it's also Jesus Christ, how many people work in this stadium just as like maintenance people, not even Barghest soldiers, just people who are there who haven't done anything wrong and they're just living their lives, and Somi's willing to get them killed too. It's just like, oh my god. Eventually, MaxTac gets a hold of her. V and Reed have to bust her out of a MaxTac convoy later on, but after that, Somi manages to escape and enter an old Cynosure bunker. And what a horror show that whole segment is. Cerberus, the three-headed dog in robot form. Never thought I'd be scared of a robot, though. That's not something I expected coming into this. This is V's first interaction with Somi in the bunker, and yeah, she's pretty far gone here.
Somi mentioned this facility once. Militech net runners taking a plunge into the so-called deep net.
The hell is this all for, though?
It's no coincidence she wound up here. She's not running from us, V. She wants a permit to the Black Wall. She is the
Ah, shit!
You still don't understand the thing, do you? You never will. Not fully. Not me. How it feels to lose yourself. Layer after layer. That's why you betrayed me.
Lost my connection with Reed. That you're doing?
Reed stole my life once already. I won't let him steal it again. All's better without him.
Stop running and let us help.
You still trust Reed? It's more convenient, yes? They lie to you. You're sinking, grasping at straws as the deluge consumes you.
You promised to help me too.
It doesn't matter now.
We still want the same thing. And if anyone can help us, it's Reed.
Reed lives in a world of half-truths of his own making.
Oh, fuck. Come on, Songbird. Songbird!
From what I could dig up, from what I could find, nobody is 100% sure as to why Somi went to the Cynosure bunker. Like, there's lots of reasons, potentially why. All of them having to do with the rogue AIs in her head. Reed begins to give us a reason, but he gets cut off, and we never really get to hear the full statement there. And you know, I'm sure that maybe there's a part of Somi there that figured this was the only way she could boot them out, as if she went to the eye of the hurricane, as it were. It's a bit of a mystery. But either way, Somi has come to this bunker and is in a far worse state than she was when she first got semi-possessed in the stadium. There's still elements of Somi in there, and you can sort of see that in how Somi stops Cerberus from killing V when Cerberus first gets a hold of them. And as Somi describes in a later dialogue, there is technically 3 songbirds at work here in the Cynosure bunker. The 3 heads of Cerberus, if you will. As V sneaks through the bunker, hunted by Cerberus, we flee this terrifying vision of Somi, the one consumed by rage and grief. This Somi is just another weapon for the designs of those Blackwall AIs, and this Somi screams, taunts, stalks. It blames V. It is relentless in its inhuman pursuit of this person who stole away Somi's one chance, yet still remains her only salvation. She's already been ebbing away and being pried apart throughout Phantom Liberty, as a spy involved in all the theatrics, and as someone who's had their body stolen from them, and as someone who is losing their very soul. Sounds very familiar. By isolating V from Johnny, she is putting V in the same sort of playing field that she's been, in a way. V has never been alone in their struggle in the sense that they have Johnny. Songbird has always been alone. It's like she says V will never understand. Well, she's sure gonna try and make V understand. And, you know, there's also the fact that the Black Wall AIs, or whatever they are, they don't want V to succeed either. So, you know, they have a vested interest in V's demise here as well. Throughout the bunker, V also sees snippets of memory from Somi's past. Memories of Hansen and how he used her. Ironic. Memories of her swearing that oath to Myers. With Myers' I guess, weaponization, almost. Even if maybe Myers genuinely meant it, the way she weaponizes that sort of friendliness between her and Somi. Like, it is interesting to see how many methods, or even traits, or ways of going about things that Somi has taken on from the people she probably despises most. In her eyes, she's doing this to save her own life, but these people do it for probably not super dissimilar reasons, like, you know, for power, for status, for also saving their own ass in a cutthroat society. It's just interesting that she becomes the very thing, in some ways, that she's trying to escape. The thing, too, about Myers is that Myers at some point had to have taken an oath like this in her life, and maybe she once believed the words that she swore, in the same way that maybe Somi did when she first joined up with the FIA. But as time went on, and Myers also got consumed by the system that she's a part of, those words ceased to hold any meaning. The same thing happened to Somi. But the cherry on top of it all, too, and it's very sad, is this memory between her and Reed.
Oath? Credentials? Coin? What have you gotten me into?
Nothing you'll regret. Besides, I'll be right beside you. Always. I promise.
2 questions.
Shoot.
You regret it? Like, ever?
Once. A long while back. Decided then and there I'd never regret it again. Second question?
Ever broken a promise?
Once. A long while back. Haven't broken one since. Never will.
Careful. I'll hold you to that.
Somi clearly hates betrayal, but she also has been sort of primed from the beginning of her career to betray. And I look at this conversation between her and Reed as probably one of the points where she realized that eventually something was gonna give. It just sucks that the person that she, you know, was sort of led to trust the most, the person who promised her the most, is the one that she probably also knew deep down would betray her in the end in some way. And then she ended up becoming like that too, and at least that's what I think. There's a lot of layers here. Everything was doomed for her from the very beginning. Somi could never trust anyone, even those who said that they cared about her. The system that sold itself as for the greater good, for the nation, you know, it was all bullshit, and it had snared Reed mentally, Songbird and Alex physically. Myers held the key to all their cages, and she could be nice to her pets, but only when it suited her. This is the version of Somi that is grasping at straws, the one clinging to the vestiges of her memory, unaware that she's sharing them, but only too aware of her rapid decay beneath the earth. Funny enough, it's one of Myers' lines from the beginning of Phantom Liberty that really outlines one of the deepest issues shared by Somi and Myers.
You have no idea how deep this goes. I can't trust a soul. Fuck. I don't know what to do.
I just love how these two are on opposite ends of the spectrum in the same system, and they both have the same problem. But there's also this memory here, and in past videos I said something different about it. I have changed my mind. I will play it here.
Affirmative. I'm still green for exfiltration. Hang in there, girl. You're gonna get through this.
Who the fuck are you?
Okay, in past videos, I thought this was when Reed first met her. Now I realize that that's probably not it, because she doesn't have her pig little faux hawk look. This is her hair when she was already with the FIA. So, was this when she was on just another op? Where she was exposed to danger that was beyond anything she'd ever experienced? Or was this her breaching the black wall with Reed's knowledge? That she asks, "Who are you?" At first, that's what made me think she was just meeting Reed, but no, maybe this is one of the earlier times she breached the black wall. Was her memory on the fritz in this moment? And that possibility makes me reevaluate everything all over again, especially about Reed, because unless I'm missing something, it feels like Reed is trying to make it seem like he wasn't really aware of the full extent of Somi's breaching of the black wall. You could almost think he had no idea at all. Like, did he actually know how horrific it was, asking Somi to breach the black wall? Did he witness it? Even if this wasn't one of those black wall breaches, he sees clearly how horrifically she could suffer for the FIA, despite what he promised. Did he just explain it away as necessary? Did he hide the full extent of his knowledge and collusion? It feels dishonest, and how could he promise to keep her safe and then allow things like this to happen? Just when V is about to be wrecked by Cerberus, the resistant part of Somi, that third version of herself that manages to gain control over the bot, V gets ported into Somi's last safe house in the shape of her Brooklyn apartment. And I think it's somewhere beyond the black wall. You could maybe see Somi here as a Persephone figure, forced to enter the underworld in the 6th month of 2077, as Phantom Liberty takes place in June. As the queen of the underworld, Persephone likely had some degree of control over Cerberus, the guardian of the underworld. In some myths as well, Kore, a name meaning maiden or girl, was Persephone's actual name before she was taken to the underworld by Hades, where she was renamed Persephone. And the meaning of Persephone is unclear, it has sort of mostly been lost to time, but one proposed meaning is she who brings death. Like innocence lost, almost. And going down this rabbit hole just makes me think of how the Korean name, Somi, can be translated, depending on how it's written, to bright beauty or small beauty. I guess you could say it's in a similar vein to Kore's meaning, portraying a sort of youthful innocence until Somi died and gave way to Songbird, where she was tarnished. But here's the thing, you could also see Somi herself as Cerberus, guarding the gates of hell, or threatening to blast them wide. Not a Dark Lord, but a queen, beautiful and terrible, and here we are, in the place that made this Kore-esque figure happiest. An age of innocence, slowly eaten away by the black wall as V sees her memories, down to those last threads poking out the black wall's maw. Somi, upon V's arrival, holds a picture of her old self, struggling to recognize the girl that looks back at her. She turns and stands by that false window, that empty vision of those sunny Brooklyn streets that she last took in so long ago.
Some days, I'd open the window, sit on the sill, and just listen to the street sounds. You know, life happening. It was somehow soothing, that. Now, I can't hear, I can't feel anything. Can you?
Should I? Saw other visions, illusions before this.
Illusions?
Saw you with Reed, Myers. Saw your past. Don't remember.
No. The black wall consumes me all. The emptiness grows. I feel it. Fill it with memories. They keep taking them away.
So you hopped on our Neuralink, used the relic's resources and the core's computing power to, take us to your digital mind palace. This secure, even remotely safe.
For you, yes. For me, well, one version of me is saving your life. Another is here talking to you. And one more is dying. But it's no mind palace, this.
What is it, then?
My unit in Brooklyn. Told you about it, remember?
Remember you telling me about this place. Your true home. Felt safe here. But this... Somi, none of this is real.
I made so many mistakes. Did terrible things. But here, back then, they never mattered. I gave myself one last chance, and you stripped me of it. Why?
Somi, back then, thought I was making the right call.
The right one? Whom for? You? Reed?
Everyone involved.
Win-win decisions don't exist, let alone three-way wins. At time's the right choice, the brave one, is what's best for you alone.
Sorry, Somi, I am. Wanna help? Tell me how.
I know what I've done. Know the price I've paid. What you don't know is how sorry I am. How much it all hurts.
Somi.
It's sad that that's the thing she says to V, where she says, I told you about my place in Brooklyn, remember? Because this is like the one time she's telling somebody, hey, don't you remember when I told you that? Like, she is trying to remind someone for once. And this, like, it could be because this is really the last part of herself that she's kept intact. Her most precious safe space. And we arrive to witness its collapse. I do believe she is sorry, because, especially now, all she has left in that corrupt mirror is her own reflection. She's not enraged at V like she was when she activated the Blackwall protocol at the stadium. She's just beyond hope. And she has, for over a decade now, been told by others what was best for her. It doesn't really matter if they were right sometimes. What matters is that Somi didn't ever really have much agency in her fate, despite working for an agency after Reed entered her life. And she is genuinely sorry for all the shit that's gone on. The thing I do like about Somi is that, in her right mind, she doesn't really try to shirk responsibility here. She knows she's done horrible things, and she hates it. That doesn't absolve her of any of the bad decisions that she has made in her life that have led up to this point, but it does say something about her. She's not comically evil or maliciously selfish. God, I love the way she's written. As her memories flash by and Somi's last bastion is consumed by the Blackwall, she almost seems to enter a bit of a fever dream state. And it almost feels like things are about to go to shit for V and V's about to die, like when she was sitting there next to the wall and she's just talking like this.
Everything I did, the people I hurt, is meaningless. It matters not at all.
Doing my best to survive my life too, Song. We all make wrong turns. We all lose the way.
And we kneel to pick up the broken pieces of life. Assemble them. Seek meaning in the whole.
This can still end well. For you. For me.
V. I'm sorry. There's something that
That made me a little nervous. That she almost manages to stutter out the truth to V, too, about her most painful lie. That says something, but she doesn't quite ever get that truth out. As Somi's safe space is rotting away, she holds fast to that last intact area, just that windowsill. Even though she can't see the street outside anymore, she can't hear the birds, the cars, the people. It's just Blackwall red.
I've made many mistakes, V. Too many to count.
We all make mistakes. Shit. No, I've made my fair share.
Some mistakes are irreparable.
So what? Means you gotta quit, stop fighting for yourself? Can't change the past, Somi. With some memories, you turn your back and walk away.
It's true we die this way. Our memories to comfort us.
Not gonna let you die, Somi. We'll make it out of here. Together.
Thank you. I'll keep this moment as this memory. Just one. Back home, a friend at my side. Before it all goes dark. One last second. I'll know I wasn't alone.
What's happening?
The black wall. We have just seconds.
What? Show me, where?
The core. Look for me there and help me. One last time.
Personally, I find it most impactful to play a V that cannot accept the idea of Somi giving up, because of course V wouldn't want to tell Songbird that, yeah, it's time to throw in the towel, because V themselves doesn't want to believe that about their own situation, or at least the V that I like to roleplay. I like that this V almost seems to gloss over the shit that Somi has done. It feels very much like they're coping. Because Somi really has done some terrible things and she would have to face consequences, and she seems to accept that fact. Whereas V in this moment is the one that's like, no, but wait, we all screw up, we all make mistakes, but like, mistakes of that level, V, it's like, that's pretty wicked. Like, Somi's made some pretty big whoopsies that have affected a lot more people negatively than I think V ever has. It's funny because it almost sort of feels like Somi's comforting that kind of a V in this moment too. But V doesn't understand the full extent of Somi's lies in this ending as well. Somi doesn't really admit completely to how she fooled V here, but V still serves as a final reminder of what she missed so much. The kind of thing she sought self-preservation for. A simpler time, with people who gave a shit about her, who were actually there for her, who she took for granted way back in the day. Of course this is dependent on your V, whether you choose to comfort her or not, but I do think that V would, despite it all, come to care about Somi. They would be there to just hold her that one last time. Because they do understand what it's like to have who you are as a person being erased, and that is terrifying. And V can at least be comforting frenemies with Johnny, who is an unwilling passenger himself in all this. Songbird can't be friends with the Black Wall. There's no growth with the Black Wall. Songbird manages to take Cerberus offline, booting out the Black Wall influence one last time. In that final circle of this technological hell, we find her in the Cynosure core, on her knees, strung up to machines. Her arms and fingers are contorted, almost like a bird with broken wings.
V. It's good you're here. Second chance. I never really got it, did I?
Save your strength, Somi. Reed will be here any second. You'll make it through.
No. They'll never let me go. I'm fading, V. Help me out.
Somi, I
tried on my own. Don't have the strength. Please. End it.
Somi, we got the neural matrix. We'll use it. Cure you, cure me. It's all good. We'll be all good.
It's too late for me. Blackwall. It's taking taken almost all of me. Dying is my only hope. Only way out. Please, V.
I didn't expect to be reminded of so many gods with her story, but seeing her like this, it reminds me of Loki, the Norse god, who, after Baldur's death, was bound in a cave with the entrails of his son, where a serpent was to drip venom upon his face for, I guess, presumably eternity at this point. His wife Sigyn was the one who would hold a bowl above his head to catch the venom, but she would always have to remove the bowl to empty it eventually, which meant that it was inevitable that he would suffer the agony of his punishment. It was foretold he would escape this confinement come Ragnarok, where he would fight in the end battle against the other gods. And should you leave Somi alive, so V can get their treatment as promised by the FIA, that may be what Somi's future role is in the cyberpunk world. Somi begs V, and God, it is painful to hear her beg for death. She doesn't want to be imprisoned ever again. She doesn't want to live to see herself lose everything and just become a husk.
Wanna believe I'm giving you another chance. So I won't do it, Somi. I can't. I won't.
No, please. You're leaving me to a fate worse than death.
Somi.
We find out in the Phantom Liberty ending that Reed ended up losing all contact with her after 2 years, that she's being held somewhere. She's basically just this mindless prisoner, probably, as she feared, losing who she was. She is just a tool at this point. She's a slave. V can even get the same medal that Somi once got for this ending. A medal that they too can give to another homeless person. It all feels like such a joke at the end. A curse, not a reward. Gee, thanks for taking part in the transaction of another human life in exchange for yours. Here's a reward, a commemoration of the event, which I'm sure you will remember fondly. How brave, how loyal, how serviceable to the NUSA you are. In that sense, is V any different from Somi? It's just as facetious a thing as it was for Somi. Who'd Somi have to fuck over to get her medal? Did Reed get a medal after he broke that promise to that unspecified individual all those years ago? What a heavy weight to wear. But you know, V got what they wanted. Their life saved, sort of. 'Cause it comes at the cost of everything. Their old life, many of their friends. You could say that V got what they wanted, really. A chance to start again. But given what they were willing to give to get it, in Somi, the dismal, almost cyclical feeling of this ending feels sort of just. It's not unlike Somi having only realized what she had till it was gone, having been a bit of a risk junkie and having lost it all for grand ambitions. As Somi said, sometimes there's only what's best for you. It's up to the player whether this is what's best for V. But I don't know. I don't know if that sort of ending exists in general for someone like Somi, or a more kind V, or in this world. Because how can an ending where you condemn someone to a fate worse than death be what's best for them? Be what's best for you? The person who makes that call would rarely have any peace for as long as they lived, if they aren't a complete psycho. It would be a phantom liberty. Like, I'm not trying to be corny in saying the title, but I mean that. Like, nobody is free here in this story. Unless you choose the other Cynosure ending, in my opinion, where you choose to give Songbird the mercy she requests.
Always been your choice, Somi. I get it now. And I gotta respect it.
Thank you. And I'm sorry for everything.
It's terrible that the circumstances surrounding this choice come from a long line of circumstances beyond Somi's control. And for sure, you could argue she made a shit decision with her hacking of that Militech data for it. Yeah, but she was 19. She was a dumb kid, and it snared her for the rest of her life, and that sucks. She lost her life, her name, her agency, her body, and now she was on the edge of losing her soul. And here V can be the first person in over a decade who ultimately, tragically, respects her wishes, her consent, her agency, knowing that with So-Mi's death, their life is probably forfeit. So-Mi has been violated, she's been used, abused, pushed to the breaking point. And yes, you can play a V who wasn't making the decisions and siding with Reed because they thought that that was what was best for So-Mi. Maybe V was in it for themselves and just didn't trust her. But here, that she would rather die in the state that she is in than go back and lose what remains is the most genuine proof that she really was trying to escape something so horrible. The way that V recoils after pulling the plug and their hands are just shaking, reflecting on So-Mi's dying words, an apology, the tragedy of her life, her situation. To those who held power over her, So-Mi was just another weapon. But in this last moment, V actually saw her for who she was. A person who, just like them, was scared, suffering, and all too alone. So-Mi was always right about Reed. Myers shows V her true colors, and of course leaves V to die. Reed gets demoted, though there is a small hope that he will see the grim reality of the people he works for, as he eventually admits in this ending that what V did was the right call for So-Mi. But who knows? It's just a shame that So-Mi and Alex both have to die for that slim possibility to exist. Okay, rewind to the other option at the stadium, where you side with So-Mi. Alex successfully kills Kurt Hansen and survives, because So-Mi knows that V is on her side and doesn't sell her out, but when Alex realizes what's going on, she's definitely like, oh shit. V and So-Mi make their escape, fighting through Barghest soldiers and into the sewer system. So-Mi is in rough shape, risking a lot with a lighter tap into the black wall. She nearly breaks her damn legs exiting the sewer, and V has to help her up and get her to the escape cars. Now, just for shits and giggles, I followed her car around just to see if it would go anywhere, like I did with Dex's car, but unlike Dex's car, Songbird's car just seems to keep going around the block. So, I don't think she really goes anywhere, it's just around and around, unless I just didn't follow her around enough blocks. The two lay low separately for a few days, until So-Mi tells V to meet her in an alley around the city center area. She's in a crappy little van that she's set up as their automatic ride to the Night City spaceport, but she's not looking too good. Clearly, her use of the black wall in the stadium, though not as extreme as it was in the other version of the ending, she looks crippled. As the mission goes on, you will notice her twitching, her face, her hands, even her expressions sort of seem a little bit like something else is fighting to gain some control over her. Her condition is rapidly decaying, and it is crucial that V handles most of the heavy lifting. Tapping into the black wall again will just accelerate her condition. And I also think that for Songbird too, the relief of just having someone that she's pretty sure at this point is on her side, like that is a huge support in keeping her stable. Songbird sort of explains the plan with some very sus, vague points. She mentions her benefactor who arranged for the flight to the moon.
It was gonna be different, all this. Smoother. But the goal's what counts, right? Not far off.
One thing you forgot to tell me. Who got you this flight?
Funny thing is, I don't know. Proxy showed up. A corpo everyman for the ages. Expensive, understated suit, dark hair, blue eyes. He asked me questions. The kind only I know the answers to.
Blackwall. That the issue?
And other things. rather not talk about it.
She explains that V can't join her as they need to get her up there first for blah blah blah. Very weird explanation that doesn't really hit like the truth, but there's a lot of shit going on at the spaceport when Myers shows up in person, and her NUSA Special Forces start fighting with the Night City TSA and also start fighting V. Myers wants So-Mi bad to be risking what could be argued as a breach of the Arvin Accord, despite the, I guess, technical neutrality of the spaceport.
Asking for help never was your strong suit. So I decided for you and brought support.
I have everything under control.
No, Saul. You lost control way back. It's time you acknowledge that.
Ah, Rosalind Myers, her true face. Fuck the one on her billboards.
I know you care about the girl. Like her. You recruited her, trained her. I get that you want to protect her. But your duty, first and foremost, is to your country.
Songbird made her choice. Now she needs to learn what the consequences are.
There's one more thing, Saul. The project she was part of stays well under wraps. None of it leaks.
This is bad. Really bad.
If our little bird lands in the wrong hands, I don't want to think what will happen.
All that. We're the only ones privy.
It would destroy the NUS. It's not a risk I'm willing to take.
We're on the same page. No risks. That's how it'll be.
Do you hear that?
Just so you know, this isn't any easier for me, Reed. I liked the girl, trusted her. But with some choices, there's no way back.
Choices? Yours or hers?
Say again?
You heard me. But no matter. I know what I have to do, and I'll do it.
I authorize you to take any and all necessary action. Just try not to shoot her in the head.
I'd have expected as much.
Relax. I'm here and staying. They're not getting you.
You don't know her. I mean, to satisfy her lust for revenge, she'd pull me out of hell. Let's ghost.
And this moment in the tunnel here is even more interesting when you recall, so many similarities to Myers and some of her tactics, but also, looking back, remember those comments in the museum? Remember what So-Mi said about Myers. The first one being abandon all hope of hearing a lick of truth from Myers. Well, So-Mi. And then the next comment, that's the Rosalind Myers I know, never a shred of accountability. Well, So-Mi. And then the third one, a monument to a certain someone's bloated ego, and then So-Mi says takes one to know one. Well, So-Mi. They're very similar, these two. I just don't think they'd like to admit it. Now all I can think of is that line from Mad Men, from Dr. Faye. She said something like, I'm sorry, I keep forgetting. No one wants to think they're one of a type, or something like that. What separates Myers and So-Mi, maybe, is just where they stand on the spectrum of power. If you flip their starts in life, who knows? They both could have ended up in very similar positions to each other. Myers was born into power in all likelihood, given what we know about her past. But just judging from how she is as a soldier or in the battlefield, she seems to be more at home in that realm of things. Perhaps if she was just a standard corpo soldier, she would have chosen to stay there. And I don't think So-Mi would have chosen the life of an FIA agent for herself. They both have questionable judgment. They both are relatively impulsive. They can be brash. And they can both throw other people under the bus for their own ambition or their own self-preservation. While they have their moments, both have a tendency to sort of place blame on other people or to at least shirk some responsibility for their decisions or their actions and how they might negatively affect other people. It can definitely turn into a bit of a look what you made me do sort of situation with So-Mi and Myers. It's interesting too when you consider the fact that this whole DLC started with you trying to save Myers' life, and now it's you trying to save So-Mi's life. And ironically, you're saving their lives from each other's machinations. Oh my god. I love it. The spider and the fly. Who is the spider and who is the fly? Phantom Liberty is so full of these parallel characters. You know, you got Reed and Johnny, as Johnny will admit at the end of the story, I think in at least some of the endings. Despite the similarity of Somi's situation to V's, yeah, I would say, like, she and Myers are more parallel, at least in terms of personality. Even Somi's comment there about Myers and how far she's willing to go for revenge, it's not unlike the level that Somi goes to when she's pissed off at V and Cynosure, as much as she's under the influence of AIs and as much as she might be a cyber psycho in those moments, like, there's still some Somi in there that is obviously personally pissed. And even with V, I sort of see Alex and Hansen as almost mirrors for V, depending on the type of V you're trying to be. I'm sure there's more or better parallel comparisons that you guys can come up with, but it's just, I do like that part of Phantom Liberty. Everybody's just suffering under the same system. And this mission, overall, is so much fun. You really do feel the you and Somi against the world vibe. The odds are crazy, and it just makes pulling off this narrow escape even more satisfying. Especially when the invisible special forces show up and holy fuck, the music, the Contra La Luna. Like the first time when you're fighting them and the beat drops, it's like, holy fuck, what is going on? This is awesome. This feels like the final boss of V's life. Like, Adam Smasher ain't shit. Like, I'm sorry. It's also cool that a net running V with a high skill has a lot of interesting dialogue options with Somi throughout this mission, where they can bounce ideas off her that can help with the mission. It makes the moment when V connects to her as a proxy when she taps into the black wall one last time, as it's the only option they really have to escape. It just feels even more legit. And in this moment is when you fully realize, like on a very minor level, just how much of a nuke Songbird is, but also that she's a nuke that could have become maliciously self-aware if Myers had just kept pushing her. V gets to experience the horrible power of the Black Wall firsthand. V witnesses and probably feels to an extent the convulsive agony it causes. And no wonder Somi is so terrified of it, just hearing the screams, being a middleman for the inhuman pain and suffering it inflicts. But what is most important about this scene, aside from Mr. Blue Eyes standing right here, is the last discussion on that train and Songbird's big reveal.
Somi?
Reed. Had a dream about him recently. A repeat. Same damn nightmare. About that same damn train. Him dying because of what I did.
Could be Reed's having the same nightmares. Heard it all already from him.
He put his trust in you. For a time. Trust we then boldly betrayed.
Song?
Reed's not the only one I've betrayed.
What do you mean, Song?
Neural Matrix V can only be used once.
Once? How so?
It's a captive AI from beyond the wall. Relies on continuous evolution to exist. I'll free it and end the process. It'll then execute my commands and disintegrate irretrievably.
How long have you known this? That only one of us could come out alive?
sure. I learned it existed. Started delving into...
Fuck me.
I think I'm gonna die soon. The regret wasn't honest with you. I'm sorry.
Could have told me the truth. Would have helped you anyway. Song?
Hot diggity fuck. Color me impressed. Bird took everyone for a ride.
One of the big themes of her Cynosure ending is letting her finally make a decision for herself, letting her choose, with V in Songbird's final moments giving her some of that agency she lost. Meanwhile, the whole story, Songbird was kind of giving them the illusion of potential agency, potential choice, potential options for a future. She was lying. She was perpetuating the same crime that was committed against her. That's the greatest irony of it all. All the things that she hates about the people who were her captors are things she herself is willing to do and does do. Somi betrayed Reed on a train 7 years before. She's haunted by that day. By the death that he died. She's haunted by that day. By the death that Reed dies at her hands. And here she is, on another train in Night City, revealing the betrayal of trust of yet another friend. The last one she has to get her where and what she wants. Somi is so close here. She didn't have to say anything to V. In fact, she needed V to make that final walk more than ever for her. She had next to no energy. She is entirely at V's mercy. Yet she chooses with what gas she's got left in the tank to just tell the truth. She can't repeat what she did to Reed. Not warning him, not disobeying Myers' order for her own sake. Reed and V are both on that train ride to nowhere, and this time she cannot pin the blame on anybody but herself. Somi is securing her soul here. In the other ending, sure, she can secure what is left of herself with her request for V to help her out as she is, but she never, insofar as I know, tells V the truth about the neural matrix. She was going to save herself and screw V over, but here, it's like she realizes that this was all meaningless, because she lost a lot of herself emotionally after Reed, but at the very least she could fall back again on, well, I was ordered to do it. But this betrayal of V might have been the killer for her. She knows V could very well just go, fuck you, you lied, and screw her over. She knows she's on death's door. The guilt and regret that she feels and would feel if she said nothing was not worth ensuring she was going to be saved. As she says, she just wants to forget, to go to sleep forever and stop thinking about the betrayals that she has committed, the lives she has ruined, the people she has hurt. Meanwhile, her one-way trip to the moon is to preserve who she is to preserve her memories. It's ironic that the black wall eating away those memories is the one way she could maybe escape her regrets. If she dies here, see, there it is again, sometimes what's best is what's best for you. She realizes that that is not as true as maybe she once thought. And when V can say, you should have told me, I would have helped you anyway. God, it's so true for so many Vs out there. Can you secure your soul at the cost of condemning someone else to a fate worse than death? Someone who is eerily similar to you. V can choose to hand an unconscious Somi to Reed when he exits the shuttle. He's been waiting for them, happy to take advantage of Somi's betrayal of V if V calls him and tells him about it. And V can still get their Phantom Liberty ending, but we already know how that goes. So V shoots Reed. It's the only way to get Somi on that rocket. And yes, I shot him in the dick. I didn't mean to, it was an accident, it was just where my gun was, and I was like, oh shit, because he was about to shoot and I shot. V can be bitter when they put Somi into that rocket, which understandable, but they can also be hopeful that she can get the ending that they themselves can't. In seeing both of Somi's endings, you really see the Persephone metaphor here. Her one ending is above the clouds, like Mount Olympus. There's also that very Greek look to the black sapphire during the party, but her other ending has her plummeting to the depths of the underworld. But recalling that benefactor on the moon, with the blue eyes and the fact that he's watching on the platform, I don't know. Somi sends V a message later, directing them to some decent loot they can find on the terrace she showed them. But you can also find this little video that Somi left on a shard in a trash pile, back where she had waited for V in the van. And it is so easy to miss, because there's no quest to, lead you back to it.
If you're watching this, you know how our story ended. I'm a smidge jealous, I'll admit. I'm scared, V. But I need to trust you, and I do. And if you're watching this, I was right to. So, I thank you.
Of course V just slots this random crap in their head without question. This is why we're in this mess, because of V's questionable judgment of shoving random crap in their head. And I mean, recalling what Reed said about Somi, what Alex said, Somi's weak spot has always been her lackluster judgment. It makes you wonder if her ideas of her best ending, escaping to the moon, it could be another even worse choice. At this time, there would be no one to save her. You can only hope that things will go well for her up there, and not prove that letting her fade away in the chains of Project Cynosure was, ironically, the best possibility for freedom Somi had. It seems like no matter what you choose, liberty for every character in the story just slips through their fingers. We've heard about cyberpsychosis, how everyone's cyberware tolerance is connected to how in touch they are with their humanity and all that. But of course, Cyberpunk is a realistically complicated world. Anything and everything under the sun. And sometimes things go wrong for any number of reasons. Sometimes it's bootleg cyberware that bites back. Sometimes you get mentally scarred by a horrific BD. And sometimes you just happen to get screwed over by your own digital creation. Like hell, we wouldn't have the story of 2077 if it wasn't for the relic half glitching out, half reacting to the damage it received. And today, I wanted to go over some of Cyberpunk 2077's most peculiar cases of when cyberware and cyber software just goes wrong. Hello, my name is Liddy, and welcome to Shaped by Stories, where we unpack how characters shape stories, and how those stories shape us. Let's get into it. Every once in a while, someone in Night City gets a good idea, and this is not exactly one of those times, as Jesse and his Johnson found out, the hard way. One day, while on a leisurely Watson charge jump laden run, V comes across this unfortunate man staggering around the sidewalk.
Hey you!
Most people just walk on by, unbothered, it's just another day in Night City. But as we know, V attracts random people on the street like an unwitting introvert. It's like they can see it in your eyes. Jesse rocks up to V and begs them for help. He needs to see a Ripper because, yes, in fact, his crotch is compromised. And of course, he can't drive himself. V, unlike most, isn't frightened of helping a pantsless man groaning in the street, and agrees to take the poor guy to a Ripper dock. If V refuses, the results are rather explosive. On the way to the Ripper, however, V deduces pretty quickly what the issue is. Jesse is the once proud owner of a Mr. Stud XCV-19 series, a series recalled for its red-hot issues. Jesse doesn't bother to deny it, as well as the fact that he got the implant off the black market. It's just unfortunate that to save a few bucks, it feels like he's, in his own words,
really gotta keep yelling like that?
You even know how much it hurts? Like I'm screwing a goddamn pencil sharpener!
The pain is such that Jesse urges V to mow down 27 children, But V, being the ever-good Samaritan, just sits in the middle of the intersection blocking all other traffic instead. If we stray too far or don't beat the clock, Jesse will suddenly scream, horrifically, stop the car, and then he'll seemingly step out of the vehicle totally okay, until his legs fall off and his lower body explodes. Which is at least how it went for me. So yes, let's get him to the clinic and get his crotch fixed and then get paid. When Jesse calls after surgery to pay V, he says that after he heals up, he'll actually get a better model, top shelf, of Mr. Stud. You know, it seems like Jesse has learned that he really should fork out the extra bucks for software that won't explode his legs, so you know, fingers crossed for him. But sometimes, even if you fork out a good handful for some decent wear, you might just get into an undisclosed random accident that leaves you hearing voices from beyond, like Gary the Prophet. After suffering an unknown accident, Gary alleges that his Ripper Doc placed a mysterious coprocessor in his head during some post-accident surgery. And this was a device that allowed him to listen in to mysterious broadcasts. This is where all of Gary's rants and prophetic declarations come from. They're all actually based in what is likely broken coded language between mysterious corporate agents. Gary, rather than get this coprocessor removed, saw informing the public of what he was hearing in his head as his civic duty. Most people just ignored him, but still, Gary really tried. But what went wrong here? Gary seems to be functioning. He's not cyberpsycho. He's managed to survive on his own, living in the street. Well, what went wrong is that Gary knew too much, and some suits came, threw him into a van, and took him away before V could do anything about it. And we never hear from Gary the Prophet again. Sometimes, sure, a free piece of wear, well, not so free considering Gary probably had to pay his Ripper for the surgery. It seems like a great idea, until it lands you in the middle of a corpo rogue AI conspiracy. But sometimes cyberware is installed with an ulterior motive. If you didn't buy the piece yourself, or if you're indebted to someone, you may be completely screwed if they want to install some sort of insurance policy. 'Cause it's not like a gang like, say, the Animals is gonna put anything in fine print anyway, if you were even inclined to read said fine print in the first place. Aaron Waynes, born to a Dogtown construction worker who was marooned in the area following the corporate abandonment of Pacifica, was once a member of the Animals. And like most animals, Aaron could throw quite the punch. The gang financially supported his boxing career and Ripper Doc appointments. But hey, Aaron didn't want to do all that stuff forever, so eventually, he left the Animals. Aaron was really betting on the idea that he could use boxing to escape Dogtown, to live a better life. So, the arms that Aaron sports as a free agent, they were funded by his old gang, and they were installed by the Scav Ripper Doc, Demir, who is very much affiliated with the Animals. As V can find out, Angie, one of the Animals' alphas, wanted to make sure that Aaron stayed under her thumb. Angie wasn't about to invest all this chrome in a guy who could just fuck off and do what he wanted. She wanted a tight leash. While Aaron was unconscious and under the knife, she had Demir install, without Aaron's knowledge, a chip that would knock him out or seize him up mid-fight. The Animals made more money fixing fights so that Aaron would lose. Aaron wants this chip removed so Angie can't potentially mess with his future fights. It's a wonder he's managed to win as many fights independently as he has, with his biggest fight yet on the horizon. Enter V. Aaron, through Coach Fred, reaches out for their help to get Demir to remove the chip. And V gets him all the way to Demir's office, right in that operating chair, when Angie appears. In typical Cyberpunk fashion, we hear a whole other side of the story from Angie. So Angie outlines that Aaron is not just a guy who boxed for them, he was their heavy, she says. He committed tons of crimes and hurt a lot of people on his own. She also claims that Aaron has lost most of his independent fights, or at least just a few enough that he could make it to this big fight. And she says that she never actually had to use the chip to get him to throw fights, which goes against what Aaron says because he says that yes, Angie would use the chip to make him seize up, so Angie basically says that this is the last time that she wants Aaron to throw the fight, and V can just let her take over from here and say, I'm out, everybody's lying to me again. Or V can choose to take Angie out and give Aaron a second chance at boxing glory on his own. So from what I understand, if you leave Angie alive and convince Aaron to throw the fight, he will just leave the country to go and start his boxing career elsewhere. But if you kill Angie and he still goes through with the fight, then the animals will come back and take him out in revenge. The other ending, though, is that he does fail at boxing as a career, but he stays in Dogtown and starts to be a coach for the kids of Dogtown, which is a positive ending in one way. It's just, sure, he never gets out of Night City, but, maybe he can make a difference in the lives of those kids. Also, so many people love Angie. And I mean, I love her hair. I love her gold aesthetic. She looks great. But imagine that. Your last hope just gets rug pulled. Never trust anyone in Night City. A similar instance of this fail-safe type cyberware issue occurs in the Cyberpunk No Coincidence novel. Spoiler alert, to a character named Aya. Aya has a near full-body conversion funded by a mysterious benefactor that even she knows little about. But her body is programmed to slowly enter a state of paralysis, forcing her to carry out whatever distressing task her mysterious benefactor wants. Aya didn't realize right away that this was a deliberately planted weapon in her cyberware. She always thought it was a glitch that only her employer had the resources to fix. No, it turns out it was her employer using this as a tactic to get her to do what he wanted. Just imagine that in both Aaron and Aya's situation, your body is just at the mercy and under the control of someone else, right down to the bone. Speaking of control, that's another messy thing in Cyberpunk, considering nearly everyone has some sort of chip in their heads. Even people who are mostly Ganic tend to have a personal link, because it's just so normal for everyday things. Even children get neuroports, and kids aren't really legally allowed to get a lot of cyberware. And the fact that everybody has some sort of cyberware connected to their brain, that of course can open up some vulnerabilities. See Jefferson and Elizabeth Peralez, for instance. On the surface, hardworking, caring, relatively normal people who are just trying to make Night City a better place. But beneath, there's something sinister. V is hired by Elizabeth, the loving wife and political partner of Jefferson, in the midst of his mayoral election campaign. V is to uncover the identity of a strange intruder in their apartment. But as we go on, Elizabeth reveals that she knows that someone or something has been messing with their heads. She's noticed some weird things going on around her that her husband just isn't. Elizabeth has managed to retain a degree of her sharp perception to notice that her mind is no longer entirely her own. She has conflicting memories, conflicting traits with her identity, with her husband's identity. It turns out the couple have been under surveillance, and the intruder they saw was actually a corporate agent of sorts, most likely employed by Night Corp to keep an eye on the couple. And when we chase down a van connected to this hidden surveillance office, we find that Elizabeth and Jefferson's brains are quite literally being tampered with by a strange, mind-altering AI program. Elizabeth is understandably distraught with this news when she sneaks out to meet V at a noodle shop. She's terrified, and she begs V not to tell her husband, as she knows that he wouldn't be able to handle this truth in his current state. Jefferson seems far more gone than Elizabeth is. And Elizabeth is probably wondering at this point how long she has before she ends up as unaware as him, which is absolutely terrifying. Just to add a little more to this to really outline how messed up their brains are, Elizabeth shows you, if you go into her bedroom when you're investigating, just how inconsistent her memories are when she describes the wrong flowers in her wedding picture. But even more disturbing is when she mentions her daughter. Now, this doesn't seem suspect on its own, but many believe that Jefferson and Elizabeth's daughter might not actually exist. She might genuinely just have been a made-up person to test how successful the mind-altering AI was on the couple. And it may very well have worked. I hope that this poor girl, is not real, because imagine coming home to your parents after you've been away at school, and they're just not your parents anymore. And what if you then also start to become not yourself? It's frightening shit. When you open up your skull, keep in mind, you may be opening up to more than just easy net access or a more streamlined VR experience. You might be opening your brain up to the same people who got Gary the Prophet. Speaking of VR, brain dances have actually been known to really push people over the edge. They can traumatize and enthrall in a way that our modern entertainment just can't. Brain dances hijack your dopamine in a way, not unlike drugs. They can also drive you to madness. Anna Knox features as the main enemy in one of Regina Jones's top-tier gigs. Anna is a Mox leader who you can actually find at Lizzie's earlier on in the game, standing in various locations around the club with a baseball bat, just doing bouncer work, that kind of thing. But Anna is primarily in charge of a warehouse in Watson, and she, along with some of her fellow Mox, were trying to track down the killer of a Mox protectee. It turns out that the killer recorded this girl's horrible death, it was a murder, in an XBD, and the only way that they could figure out who did it was if they could get someone to isolate the source of the BD, the code. So, they went to Hal Cantos, an ex-media techie who knows how to pry into BDs, or so they say. After Hal did his work isolating the code, he gave it to Anna, who then tried on the BD to get to the bottom of things. Well, it didn't go very well because, as one of the surviving Mox members says,
When Annie dove into it, never heard her scream like that before. She snapped. Well, you can guess the rest.
And while yes, Anna is a cyberpsycho, and I know that this video is not exactly about cyberpsychosis, it's more about glitching cyberware, I found this case to be really unique. Because most of the time we hear about poor quality Chrome, or an overload of cyberware, combined with personal stress and trauma and a lack of a support system, as the underlying causes or contributors that push someone over the edge into cyberpsychosis. But in this case, Hal's shit BD coding, most likely rushed and faulty, is what is said to have pushed Anna into cyberpsychosis. Not necessarily even the content of what she saw, though we can't rule it out completely. I'm sure it was probably pretty fucked up. But just imagine you have this buggy, traumatizing software connected directly to your nervous system. It's not just viewed on a screen externally. Anna would have been experiencing it. Hal denies the possibility of his own error in this, but it's sort of hard to take his word. Not just because it's Night City, but because Hal actually has a fraud charge, and there's no evidence that Anna was borderline psycho prior to this BD. The other piece of information too, that make of it what you will, but during one of Regina's gigs where you go and you take out, or you can choose to take out, the father and son BD Netrunner duo, who run a horrific operation of XBD editing, you can look on their computer and actually see an email where they are recommended Hal Cantos for some form of work or equipment, maintenance, etc., etc. And while it's not Hal himself talking to them, it does imply that they work together potentially. And if Hal was willing to work with these two people, then I wouldn't put it past him to potentially rush a job like this and endanger someone. Again, make of that what you will. It's sort of just inferring or guessing, but it definitely puts a sour taste in your mouth when you meet this guy later on. We don't ultimately know what happens to Anna if V merely incapacitates her in order to save Hal's life, basically. Maybe she gets taken away and put into the rehab that Regina's connected to for cyberpsychos. Either way, we got another case of shit just going wrong. Largely, I guess, due to laziness in a way. There's that. course, you could argue the person who recommended them or the person who chose Hal as the BD scroller editor guy wasn't doing enough of their homework either, but, oh, what a mess. The fact that V will just, like, pick up random shards from, like, garbage bins and takeout containers and shove them in their skull, like, that is... V has some plot protagonist armor going there, for sure. This last instance, many of us know well. Rather than simply being screwed over by a buggy program from a questionable editor, we have someone who fell victim to their own program. Alt Cunningham. When Alt initially made the software that would become Soulkiller, she never saw it as a weapon. She saw it as what it more plainly was. The closest thing humans had to immortality. This software could store knowledge, it could store experience, something that could benefit mankind in a way. But the program was, of course, commodified by corporate greed, developed into Soulkiller, first by her employer, ITS. It was far more valuable to use this software as a prison, where one could copy and paste and hold onto those engrams of those they wanted to interrogate, or use in perpetuity. After being kidnapped by Arasaka, Alt was forced to create Soulkiller for them too, knowing fully that they would turn it on her as soon as she was done. It made sense that they could just keep a copy of her forever. Alt was correct and she was soul-killed, but she nearly made a return to her body. But Johnny arrived just a smidge too early for her to complete the transfer. He had no idea, so Johnny unplugged her, more or less killing physical Alt. Well, if you consider her copy's consciousness to still be original Alt, because original Alt is technically dead, but, like, that depends on your perspective, and you get what I'm saying. Like, poor Alt, knowing that the thing that you created and thought could benefit humanity in the long term is actually now just a horrible weapon that is considered one of the most painful ways to die. And it's a thing, too, that can strip a person of the one basic autonomy of existence, like they are forcibly copied, and then who knows what can be done with that, right? Sky's the limit. It is interesting, of course, that, you know, in a world like Cyberpunk, technology's evolved like crazy. Like, it's nuts that people can operate with, you know, implants and metal in their heads and knives in their arms and eyeballs that zoom in and shit like that. You can have the internet in your head. But despite that, no matter how exponentially humans develop in that sense, they still just continue to do the same prehistoric shit. Like, you know, people are still screwing other people over, trying to weaponize their own cyberware against them, or they're getting lazy and they skip a lot of crucial steps and then that hurts other people and they're like, oh, whatever, at least it wasn't me. You know. Even the control stuff where it's a question of, oh, how long can I control this person or this entity to continue to do what I need to further my own ends? It's just, yeah, I mean, you open a history book and it's all the same. And of course, there's also user error, like in Jesse's case. Unless Jesse's output rigged his Mr. Stud.
Fuck, it burns!
Chill. I'm doing what I can.
What I said to my output. She didn't like that too much.
Which actually doesn't feel all that unlikely. You know, in all these cases, it's either someone fucked up or someone's fucking you up. But ultimately, I think there's one very important piece of information we can take from this. Don't cheap out on your junk. What better weapon against evil than evil itself? And yeah, that's a more food for thought sort of thing than a hard statement on its own, but in the case of Cyberpunk 2077's Psycho Squad comic, which came out in October, I think, of 2025, let's replace evil with cyberpsychosis, which, as this comic story explores, is not a condition that can simply be labeled that of an unfeeling, merciless monster. At least, not exclusively. Hello, my name is Liddy, and welcome to Shaped by Stories. Happy New Year, everybody. And here, we unpack how characters shape stories, and how those stories shape us. Today, we will be recapping the entire story of the Psycho Squad comic, so if you haven't read it and still want to, I would recommend just doing that before you watch this. The art is also very beautiful in this comic. Anyway, without further ado, let's get into it. We begin our story with a MaxTac team preparing to hit the Pre-Science Solutions building in Night City. Pre-Science Solutions is said to be a, quote, skunkworks laboratory designated for weapons innovation and development for Militech. This is the kind of office where they have bidets that spray fragranced water right up your ass. The kind of office where they hire opera singers to sing in the elevators on a Tuesday. As you can imagine, they employ an on-site netrunner to keep their data fort fully secure, so nothing developed here is hacked or leaked. You can imagine how much pressure said dweller is under, how much they might be tempted to invest in dodgy sleep suppressors out of Kabuki. You can imagine how that netrunner might live and breathe cyberspace 24 hours a day, how they might find themselves unable to detach and go full-on cyberpsycho. End quote. This is the briefing given by the team's leader, Lieutenant Mason. Her crew consists of Mutt, Bowden, Hook, and our story's main character, Stepovich. The netrunner in charge of this building's cybersecurity has officially cracked, having pushed himself to the edge, and here MaxTac has been called to deal with this unfortunate cyberpsycho. Now, Mutt, Bowden, and Stepovich are no strangers to how Mason runs things. She runs a tight ship and doesn't allow any collateral damage to civilians or innocents. She's all about apprehending the cyberpsycho target and limiting the damage caused by her own team as well as their target. But the team's newest member, Hook, is definitely a little overeager to take part in this mission. Hook says it is an honor and a privilege to blow off heads with you all. Stepovich, narrowing his eyes, says, "Nuh-uh," Mutt saying, "Show the lieutenant some respect." But Mason is quick to shut down any flaring tensions before the mission, asking the team netrunner Bowden for any information on entrance points, weak spots, that they can exploit to get to their target. In the streets below, people gaze up in half terror, half amazement at the MaxTac AV floating over them. And interestingly enough, we hear a radio broadcast from FTF Radio, which, if you've seen my Regina Jones video, you might remember as her former employer. And indeed, Regina Jones is a guest on this radio station today, saying, "Thanks for having me back, Jack. I've missed the bouquet of bullshit that comes with sensationalist muckraking. Cyberpsychosis is an illness, one which many believe can be cured. These poor people have overloaded themselves with cyberware, then can't get the help they need when they lose touch with reality. The groups I've been working with are looking for both curative and preventative measures, which would, when all is said and done, be cheaper than the current reactionary solutions." And the radio show host replies, as the MaxTac team enters the building, "Oh, I see. So you're saying we should let the psychos run rampant and kill as many as they like, are you? Great idea. Call the chief of police. Tell him we can defund MaxTac." In the Pre-Science Solutions building, the MaxTac squad is being attacked by drones and all the Netrunners' countermeasures and defenses. Even the vacuum cleaners do this Netrunner's bidding. And it's here we see Hook just cut loose. She's got the Higurashi mantis blades, at least I think they're Higurashis, the very same as Melissa Rory, and she cuts through every drone with a smile. Stepovich, a seemingly more prickly officer on the team, makes some snide, irritated remarks about the fact that everything is trying to kill them. But Hook just grins and says, "Drop the haze, Stepovich. Perhaps the rest of the squad is too polite to notice the tent in your pants. But I can already tell you love killing as much as I do." Stepovich, mid-battle, says, "Screw you, Hook." And Hook just licks her lips. For a moment, you'd think that Stepovich is aiming at her, but no, he saves her life from some drones that were coming at her while she was distracted. After those drones are taken down, she says, "I can tell we're going to be the best of chooms." But Mutt says, "She's needling you, Stepovich. First day jitters, don't rise to it." Back on the radio, Regina is outlining some interesting statistics about MaxTac. 100% success rate, 400% kill rate. Seriously, Jack, those statistics may be out of date by now, but we both know it's a common refrain when people talk about MaxTac. Are you honestly trying to tell me they make people feel safe? Wow, Regina. I knew you'd be liable to make some inflammatory comments when we booked you, but these are real-life heroes you're disparaging. the most elite force of the NCPD, only dispatched against the worst of the worst. Of course they end up in deadly situations. They have to make life and death decisions every day. We now see what the Cyberpsycho Netrunner is seeing, the MaxTac team ascending to his floor. And we also see what he has done to all the people in the building. This Netrunner has seemingly hacked into the implants of all these people and has forced a lot of them to kill each other, as they scream for mercy, as they scream for some sort of force to stop them from killing people that they may have been friends with. The squad encounters all these people killing each other, Hook says. So these would be the corpos we're meant to protect, right, Lieutenant? It's going to look great when they get out and start tearing the faces off civs in the street. Mutt says, we're not gonna let that happen, Hook. The Cyberpsycho Netrunner breaches Bowden's ice and he overheats his systems. Hook is ready to cut through these civilians, despite Mason's protests. But before they can argue or debate about what to do, one of these corpos runs up behind her, his jaw hanging off his face. With tears in his eyes, he tries to tell her that he can't stop, before pulling the pin on a grenade and blowing himself up. As the smoke clears, Stepovich asks, where's Lieutenant Mason? And Mutt just says that he thinks he's wearing her. The crazed corpos in the building chase them off, and Hook, Mutt, Bowden, and Stepovich run. As they flee, Hook's optics are compromised by the Netrunner and she runs off in the opposite direction. As Stepovich, Mutt, and Bowden are locked in a room together, Stepovich feels like he's losing control of his arm too. Bowden says, he's in our systems, I'm fixing it. No way this corpo gonk out-hacks me. Stepovich, unable to hold back, yells at Mutt, I'm sorry, it's not me, as he flings a punch towards his throat. But Mutt, being the tank of the team, grabs his throat and hurls Stepovich against a wall. I've got you, stay calm, let Bowden do his thing, he says. Focus, move your fingers. After a few seconds, Stepovich seems to regain control of his faculties, with Mutt saying, good work, Bowden. But as they turn, they just see Bowden completely scorched, like, ugh. This leaves Mutt, Stepovich, and potentially Hook if she is still alive. Where's Hook, Stepovich asks, and why's it gone so quiet out there? Mutt peeks out into the hallway. Both good questions, he says, that I think might have the same answer. Mutt and Stepovich tread lightly over the corpses of the civilians, slaughtered, their blood splattered against the walls. On the radio, Regina continues, but you're ignoring how despite MaxTac being charged with subduing cyberpsychosis sufferers, very few, if any, seem to survive. And of course the rumors that those who aren't immediately flatlined are instead recruited into MaxTac's fold. The radio host says there is absolutely no evidence. Regina scoffs. I'm sure any of your listeners who've had a brush with a Psycho Squad would agree with me. There's a very real chance we're being defended by the most dangerous people in Night City. Stepovich and Mutt follow the trail of bodies up to the Netrunner's den, and as they enter the room, they take in the sight with wide eyes. 75 employees. How many did you not flatline, Hook? Hook sits in the bloodied chair of the Netrunner that she has killed. I recently upgraded my cyber audio implants. Low-range amplifiers and level dampeners. I couldn't see, but I could still hear their heartbeats. They were moving toward the doors. They had to be contained. And I knew if I just kept slicing until there were no more heartbeats, one of them would be him. Threat neutralized. Peace on Earth restored. God bless us, everyone. Sometime later, back at the MaxTac headquarters, we see Stepovich training, keeping himself ready for the next big bloodbath event where things will probably go badly. But in the back of his mind, dark memories fill his thoughts. Remember what you did, Stepovich? Remember what you did to us? Hook was right. You still love it. Stepovich throws a punch so strong that it blasts a little hole in the punching bag. The hiss of the sand pouring out on the floor. Almost like he himself has something about ready to boil over, that he's just barely keeping contained. But Mutt comes along to pull him out of his misery. Agreed, he says. Yesterday sucked. What do you want, Mutt? I pulled Tyburn's medical file. He'd suffered from intense night terrors his entire life. Pre-Science were in an extreme crunch period. They had him working 18-hour shifts. He had a newborn at home, money problems. Last week, he'd had a bootleg sleep suppressor installed to keep up with the grind. Yesterday, he was issued a notice that productivity had to be increased by 45%. They pushed him and pushed him until he felt like he had no choice but to overload his brain with Chrome. Stepovich looks over the notes himself. Well, they paid for it in the end, didn't they? Mutt frowns. And so did he. And his family. And Stepovich, looking like a snack, like, Jesus, wow, says, "It doesn't matter now, does it?" Spilt milk. Mutt says, "It does. It has to matter. Hook was so far out of line. I'm gonna file a complaint. I'm thinking if both of us file together, the powers that be will understand. Hook is everything we're not supposed to be. Maybe she's not a cyber psycho herself, but she's a regular fucking psycho." And here we see Hook sitting in the NCPD commissioner's office. The commissioner looking at her, cigarette in hand, saying to this grinning cyber psycho, "Of course, Commissioner Falter. Of course I accept. Lieutenant Mason and I were fast becoming thick as thieves, and I was glad to avenge her death, and will do my very best to honor her legacy. And I know you'll agree the best way to do that is to burn every cyber psycho from the face of Night City. It will be my privilege to lead MaxTac, Spar Delta." Oh boy. Sometime later, we see a DTR convoy heading through the Badlands. When, all of a sudden, a Mad Max-looking Wraith charges on the scene and just obliterates the convoy. It turns out the Wraiths like to load up one of their members with chrome or to really try and tip over one of their more chromed-out members to the point of cyberpsychosis. They send this member out to attack caravans so they can easily raid it later. But today, MaxTac is on the scene, led by Hook. As she gazes down on this cracked-out Wraith, she says, with a grin, "Rain fire. Incredible illustration of violence and interface error detected ensues. I am a tactical genius," Hook says, her mantis blades covered in blood. The Wraith cyberpsycho lays on the ground, arms chopped off from his shoulders, just repeating, "Kill, kill, 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 kill." "And that is why I have cut off all your arms and legs," Hook says. "Now silence," and she hits him in the face. Stepovich says, "I'll finish him, Hook. Stand down, Stepovich, and that's an order. Gather round, boys and girls. This is the 4th convoy of luxury goods that's been hit by a cyberpsycho in the last 2 weeks, each pillaged by Wraiths before a response team could arrive. So can any of you fuckwits tell me what's happening here? We flashed to Ritter, the team's newest netrunner after Bowden's death. And Ritter is definitely in the same line of things as Hook. Hook wants to leave the cyberpsycho alive so they can ambush the rest of the Wraiths when they arrive to raid the site. Mutt says, "What makes you think they won't cut their losses? The goods they wanted are destroyed." But Hook just turns and peers at Mutt. "I think you mean what makes you think they won't cut their losses, Lieutenant. Don't you, Mutt?" Mutt rolls his eyes. "Yes, Lieutenant Hook. We have to assume that they have a monitor on his biometrics, so they know he hasn't flatlined. They know he's still here. And look at all this sexy chrome they sunk into him. You really think a Wraith gang can afford to lose all of that? Nah, they're waiting, watching us already. They know we're alone. One little unit, and they have the high ground. They'll think they can take us." The Wraith on the ground starts ranting again. "Kill, kill, fucking all go, boom!" Hook takes one of his arms and crams it in his mouth, saying, "We just have to be patient." "Isn't that right, Chumba?" Stepovich stands, staring uncomfortably at the cyberpsycho on the ground, words muffled behind the metal in his mouth. Hook turns, saying, "Stepovich, you can stand there making goo-goo eyes at the psycho all you want, but I don't think he's gonna love you back. Lieutenant, with all due respect, this isn't our mission. Our job was to detain the cyberpsycho." Hook says, pointing at Night City in the distance, "We're NC's Psycho Squad, Stepovich. Our job is to prevent them from taking over that city. These Wraiths are out here in the Badlands making cyberpsychos, so we are going to stop them. Now, sit the fuck down." Stepovich does as he's told, but Mutt, speaking quietly, says, "Nice try, Stepovich." Stepovich replies, "He's burning, Mutt. This is torture." Yeah, Hook's a sadist. She's getting off on this. If she wasn't able to take it out on cyberpsychos, she'd be a fucking serial killer. Instead, the commissioner made her our lieutenant. Maybe he doesn't feel it. The cyberpsycho. Some of the research suggests they don't feel things the same way we do. Stepovich tries to stave off the heat in the middle of the Badlands. He stops mid-drink, an old nightmare burning through him. "Hold him down! Detain the bastard!" Stepovich lays with a knee in his back. guns aimed at his head, as he spits a familiar string of kill, kill, kill. He shakes his head. That's just corpo propaganda, Stepovich says. They feel everything. Time passes, but no attack comes. Ritter, the new netrunner, concludes that the wraiths must be waiting for dark. Hook says, Stepovich, get him some water. You clearly feel sorry for the poor sweet cyberpsycho. You can get him some water, my bleeding-hearted chum. Stepovich tries to argue, saying that if the wraiths are out there, then they'll just try and shoot him. But Ritter, being a little bit of an ass-kisser, says, you really gonna question the lieutenant's orders? Again? Without all that much of a choice here, Mutt tells Stepovich that he'll cover him. And so Stepovich ventures across that still smoking battlefield, gun in hand, water at the ready. When he makes it to the Wraith, telling him to drink, the Wraith actually seems lucid. Did I do that? He stutters. Don't remember. Don't remember my name. What's my name? Stepovich scowls. I don't know. We didn't look you up. Drink this slowly. It's hard to think. Am I still me? I'm afraid. Stepovich, come back now. That's enough. Stepovich! Stepovich ignores Hook. The Wraith continues. I've killed. Killed, as the wraiths atop the rock finally attack. As Stepovich stumbles backwards in a hail of gunfire, the wraith on the ground turns and chomps his leg. Ritter starts to hack the wraiths from a distance, while Hook makes a split-second decision. She leaps across the battlefield, practically flying up the cliffs to the wraiths at the top, and she slaughters them. Once she finishes at the top, she jumps back to the bottom to take out that cyberpsycho gnawing on Stepovich's leg. The team finishes off the wraiths without mercy. Stepovich seems surprised that Hook, of all people, despite the way she is with him, would jump off a cliff to save him. She even helps dislodge the now decapitated head from Stepovich's leg, as the guy is still, chomped in him. She helps Stepovich to his feet, saying, I'm your Lieutenant Stepovich. I've read your file. I know how you went cyberpsycho. I know how many bodies you left behind. I don't give a shit. You're on my squad now. So obey my orders, you fuck. And she punches him in the face. In the med lab, we see Stepovich getting himself patched up. The doctor says that wraith rip-rattled his leg like a dog. You lost almost half a gallon of blood, and there's a solid chance all sorts of lovely bacteria got into the wound. Cyberpsychos are not generally diligent about brushing their teeth. Aside from that, your lieutenant was shot in the arm and torso. Ergo, MaxTac Spar Delta is being prescribed 48 hours of mandatory recuperation. Enjoy your downtime, Officer Stepovich. Downtime sounds nice, I guess, until you realize that for Stepovich, staying busy is kind of crucial for his health. Because when Stepovich sits, he remembers what he did. We never find out the exact circumstances of when he went cyberpsycho in this story, but I guess it doesn't really matter, because what matters is he slaughtered a lot of people, and it still haunts him. You're a fucking shark, he thinks to himself. You need to keep moving, because if you stop, it all comes rushing back, what you did to us. When you became your true self, a fucking shark. Stepovich hurls his bowl of noodles at the wall, shit, enraged at what lurks in his own mind. But Mutt arrives once again to pull him out of this stupor. Stepovich turns, frowns. What do you want, Mutt? Want? Nothing. Just saw that you were still lurking around the barracks. Thought maybe you'd want to hang out. Hang out? Unless you'd rather stare at walls all day. Mutt glances at the mess of instant noodles on the bed. I know where they do better noodles than those, or at least ones not flavored with Floralint. The two venture out to a noodle bar, having a drink, waiting for their food, trying to figure out how to act normally. It's unclear if Mutt himself was ever a cyberpsycho. It's never addressed, but it seems like not every single member of MaxTac is technically a cyberpsycho. It's interesting, because it's only mentioned that Stepovich is a cyberpsycho, not Mutt. He could genuinely just be a guy who was able to tolerate a lot of chrome, who wanted to join MaxTac, but I'm not sure. But Mutt definitely seems like a more compassionate sort of guy, a more emotionally aware kind of guy, saying, "Wanna talk about it?" Stepovich pauses. About what? About what happened in the Badlands. about Lieutenant Hook sending you out as bait. No, I don't want to talk about it. I want to drink beer. Sure, let's drink beer. I mean, there's nothing to even talk about. What do you want to do, file another complaint? Last time you did that, they made her our boss. Mutt continues over the sounds of a nearby argument. Agreed. More drastic action might be required. Stefovich narrows his eyes. The fuck you on about? Nearby, the yelling grows louder. You don't talk to a fucking Valentino like that. Stefovich peeks over his shoulder. God damn it, what the fuck is happening in there? His question is soon answered when bullets fly through the window of the noodle bar. The two plainclothes MaxTac leap for cover as a Valentino, riddled with bullet wounds, stumbles out of the nearby shop. And who else would be there murdering him but Hook? She storms past the now dead Valentino, bleeding in the street, shouting at the fleeing crowd, "Oh, calm down, all of you, I'm a badge." He had a whole mess of warrants out on him, almost definitely. She turns to walk away, before deciding to give the old triple tap to make sure he's actually dead. Stefovich sort of ambles after her, realizing that this is way too much of a coincidence. You knew she'd be here, Stefovich says to Mutt. Are you serious? Are we stalking our lieutenant? Mutt admits that he pulled her file, and it's here that he reveals, according to Hook's records, that her kill rate is 1,100%. Even more than the general MaxTac kill rate of 400%. Not a single arrest on her record, even when she was a beat badge. Just terminations. Lieutenant Mason was a hard ass, but she kept Spar Delta in line. What's Hook gonna turn us into, Stefovich? What's she gonna do to us if we don't get rid of her? And I just love the way they drew the facial expressions in this comic, especially Stefovich's face when he has his hand over his face and his eyes are just like, oh fuck. But I also love that you get to see him reflecting back at himself in that pool of blood. Because really, that is what he sees in himself when he has a moment to think at all. So yes, Mutt has a plan, and that plan is to deal with the lieutenant themselves. Stefovich is kinda wrapped up in it now. He doesn't want the trouble. He himself seems very reluctant to kill, but he almost seems to feel like he has no choice again and chases after Mutt. They follow Hook into Tiger Claw territory, and it's just wild, where her own actual grin is far scarier than that mask that the Tiger Claw is wearing. Some people dress to look like monsters to look scary, but Hook is that scary monster. And it's revealed that Hook is not collecting a bounty for the man she just killed. She's there to get drugs. She's there to have a good time. She picks up an inhaler saying, "Is this what I think it is?" Mutt explains that that is black lace, developed for the troops in the corporate wars. Discontinued because they started having heart attacks and turning into frothing psychos. Stefovich almost sort of sheepishly admits, "I know what black lace is." The way that he looks down as Mutt explains what black lace does about what it is, saying that it's the most dangerous thing you could put in your body, for yourself and everyone around you. There's sort of that implication that Stefovich knows this all too well himself. Hook continues her drug deal, saying that she wants a tasting menu with a bit of everything. And yeah, it seems like all she killed that Valentino for was for money. Like, that's it. And so Hook gets high, she walks out into the street, it's glittering. Like, this picture in particular, just, it looks almost like a shot from like a romance movie, where she's almost like dancing at a club, and it's like that shot where it's like the love interest sees her and she's just like this beautiful radiant lady. Oh, what a glorious day. And then the next shot is like, I think I want to hurt someone now. And I almost kind of think the romantic framing of these panels is intentional. Watching Hook from above, Stefovich asks, "How long have you been doing this?" Following Hook. Mutt says he scoped her out when she was first assigned to Delta. He says that he had a feeling that this behavior of hers would get worse as her level of power in MaxTac increased. The guys continue to follow Hook around, and she is just going for it. She's beating the shit out of people. She's beating the shit out of the ref. She's just, yeah. Looking at her like this, you see that Mutt wasn't super incorrect. He says, look at her. This is all she is now. she's a machine. Violence is what she does best, and it seems like she loves it. Mutt says, "My sister's a neuroscientist at Bakumatsu. Asked her once about violence, the things we do to each other. She told me the hypothalamus is a part of the brain that handles body temperature, hunger, sleep, all those intrinsic things we need to survive. But apparently the root of aggression also lies in the hypothalamus, meaning if we become over-accustomed to it, if we keep eagerly embracing it, that's what we become. Like a feral dog, it can't be undone." Stepovich pushes his way out of the crowd, but he can't escape the thoughts that are in his head. He can't escape the monster that he still feels he's keeping chained up inside himself. Just shut up, Mutt, shut up! It's not even what she did that scares you, he thinks, lying awake in bed. It's knowing that you're the same. The worst of them, a corpse says at his bedside. The monster under the bed. You can't undo that. If Hook deserves to die, then what do you deserve? Unable to sleep, Stepovich ventures out for a walk, and he comes across a police investigation. Stepovich holds out his badge, revealing that he's part of MaxTac, and they let him on the scene. There's a suspected cyberpsycho in the mall, and hey, who better to deal with it than Stepovich? This cyberpsycho in particular is a mother of two who got into an argument with a rent-a-cop and shoved her thumb through his eyeball. And after that, she just kinda lost it. Once again, we hear a story about how there were signs of this increasing stress, that something was gonna give at some point. And it's definitely horrible to see that, like, again, with another cyberpsycho, you see the tears in their eyes. You see that this person does not want to be doing what they're doing. The police are sort of reluctant to let Stepovich in on his own because he's just one guy, and the officer can tell that he's injured. But Stepovich kind of pulls rank here a little bit, and it's not super unlike Hook, saying, "This is a cyberpsycho. I am an officer of the Psycho Squad. Keep arguing with me. See what happens." So they let him in. And Stepovich goes in to try and deal with this cyberpsycho, but by the way he's fighting, by the way he hurls the butt of his gun at this lady's head, it's almost like he's trying to fight like Mason here. Mason, who died right after she did that to a cyberpsycho. And Stepovich, not unlike her, gets thrown off his feet. He points his gun at the cyberpsycho, saying, "You're not even enjoying this, are you?" The cyberpsycho grabs his throat, begins to choke him, and he manages to just stutter out that "you can stop." The cyberpsycho lines up to deal a potentially fatal blow when Mutt appears, wrapping his arms around her and yanking her back. "The fuck are you playing at, Stepovich?" Mutt takes her down, her jaw plate popping off. Mutt reveals that he was tailing Stepovich himself after arresting the cyberpsycho. He reveals that he overheard what Hook said to Stepovich. "I know what Hook said to you," he says, helping him up, "in the Badlands. You went cyberpsycho before, but you came back. You were gonna let her chew your face off so they could maybe bring her in alive. You're walking proof cyberpsychos can be rehabbed, Stepovich. A sliver of hope in this godforsaken place. If they can be saved, maybe there's hope for all in Night City. That's everything MaxTac should be fighting for. But we can't with Hook around. So what's it gonna be?" And as we overhear Mutt say this to Stepovich, we see that Hook is watching them. She is not stupid. So yeah, she's aware of the plan against her. You definitely feel for Stepovich here though, because yeah, he just desperately wants to believe that he is not still a monster, that he can be better, that he isn't someone who's just only good for doing evil things. His actions do haunt him. It's like he wrestles inside himself every day. The fact that you see all these cyberpsychos crying, screaming, trying to stop, or when they do have a moment of lucidity, they're horrified at what they did. Like, yeah, it definitely does change what your viewpoint might be on cyberpsychosis at this point. Again, like, the definition of it jumps around depending on what way it is being presented, because gameplay, plot, video game, to tabletop, like, it kind of changes a bit. It's all the same at its core, I think, but the way it's presented and what device can really alter your perspective. Sometime later, we see Regina Jones holding a cyberpsychosis support group, so this is what she does in her spare time. She says to the assembled group, An impoverished new mother uses her last 10 eddies to load her baby into the washing machine for a single spin cycle. A corpo executive, fired for embezzlement, mows down an entire HR committee before leaping from the window to an adjacent roof, on the 50th floor. A housewife snaps and shoves her thumbs through the eyes of a mall security guard, and Night City rolls its eyes. Send in MaxTac, with all their chrome and heavy ordnance. It's easier, isn't it? We say, they must have overloaded themselves with cyberware. They're barely even human anymore. And they're not coming back. Dispose of them. It's a shame, but they did it to themselves. As though any of this never happened before cyberware was a thing. As though broken people never snapped and committed broken, evil acts. I call bullshit. These people can be rehabilitated. Cyberpsychosis is curable. We just need to understand it. That only becomes impossible once we let MaxTac perforate their skulls with lead. We have to do better. We can do better. Tear down fucking MaxTac. Tear down... Oh shit. Violence ensues. We have a massacre occurring in the Cyberpsycho support group. People panic. They try to flee. There's blood everywhere, exploding heads. We can't even see the culprit, as the culprit is just speeding around the room, taking people out left and right. Regina shouts, "He's too fast!" Regina's muscle rushes her out the back of the building, telling her they've already called the police. She exclaims, "You've summoned MaxTac?" And indeed, Hook and Delta Squad are on the scene. Sweet irony, Hook says, as she sees the cyberpsychosis can be cured message, now spattered with blood. Looks like these bleeding hearts learned the hard way. Now they're leaking all over the floor. The Cyberpsycho leaps from the shadows and begins their attack. Stepovich tries to shoot, but again the Cyberpsycho is just too speedy. Fast as fuck, boy. They manage to distract him enough so Ritter can get a lock and disable his implants. And when they do, they realize that this is a child. Mutt freezes, saying, "Jesus Christ, he's just a kid." But Hook, mostly unsympathetic, says, "Unfortunate." She aims her pistol, poised for the kill, when Mutt shoves her out of the way. The child, now frightened into consciousness again, zooms out of the room. To Mutt, this was a kid, and Hook was about to kill a child. Which, yeah, but Hook argues that she was about to put down a dangerous cyberpsycho, whose body count ran into the double digits. Hook says that Mutt is a liability to her unit, whereas Mutt has been saying that Hook herself is a liability to the team. And knowing that Hook was aware of Mutt's plans to kind of deal with her, to get rid of her, that definitely doesn't buy Mutt any sympathy points in her book. As Mutt leaves, Hook calls back, teasing, "Don't worry, Regina Jones is probably hiring after tonight." Stepovich follows him out, saying, "That was a gonk move." Mutt just shakes his head, putting his guns back in the MaxTac vehicle. "I meant it. She is a monster, Stepovich. I couldn't stand there and watch her execute the kid." "You came back from cyberpsychosis. You're living proof that rehab works." Stepovich holds his head in his hands as Mutt continues. "It's just you, her, and Ritter now, and he's one of hers. Don't let her undo the good work you've done, bud. Save that kid if you can." Hook calls from inside the building, "Stepovich, stop talking to the traitorous bastard." Back inside, Ritter's found the security footage, where they locate one of the attendees of the meeting running towards the psycho rather than running away. Stepovich even notes that there is a resemblance to the kid. And yeah, the idea is correct. This does seem to be the kid's father just based on Night City records. So they locate Peter Roach's address, where he is said to live with his wife and his son, Peter Jr., in Westbrook. And as the team heads off to deal with it, Mutt follows on a motorbike. In Peter Roach's apartment, we see him sitting on his son's bed, apologizing. "I'm sorry I left," he says. "I know you were just scared, but what you did was very bad." There's definitely a lot of questions here. You can see pills riddling the floor. You can see this little boy who had just killed like maybe 24 people lying in his bed curled up in an almost fetal position. The dad sitting on the bed, his back to his son, tears in his eyes as he holds a rifle. MaxTac kicks open the door, clearing the ground floor while Peter waits, sweating, terrified, ready to shoot the intruders. And it is kind of nuts that MaxTac didn't see this coming. Peter kills Ritter basically instantly and manages to shoot Hook well enough that she is down for the count. He shouts, "Leave us alone! Leave my boy alone!" Hook lays slumped on the landing, saying, "You just shot 2 MaxTac officers, Peter, and your son is a cyberpsycho who's on a killing spree." Peter slumps to the floor. He's not. He just gets confused sometimes. At the meeting they said he could be cured. Stepovich enters the room, rifle aimed at Peter. "Lieutenant?" he asks. "I'm okay," she says. "Better than Ritter, anyway. That's 2 netrunners we've lost in as many weeks. Embarrassing." "Finish this, Stepovich," she says. "Let's take him out in body bags." Peter screams, "Just leave us alone!" Hook, despite her injuries, manages to be relatively observant. She notices all this shit on the walls, as she calls it. "You're really into football, huh, Peter? Wanted your son to be a star quarterback, just like you. And hey, can't start him too young, right? Figured a Kerenzikov would give him the edge. A reflex booster loaded into his frontal cortex to make him the fastest kid on his team. An invasive cyberware operation on a brain that wasn't even close to fully developed." And this pisses off Stepovich, who fires at Peter as Peter fires at him. As Peter lays bleeding out, he says, "I only wanted to give him a chance." Stepovich says, "You took away any chance that kid had. Hey, eyes open, stay with me, where's the wife? She's not gonna come out of one of these rooms guns blazing, is she? Hey, I said stay with me." Peter, barely hanging on, says his wife is in the bathroom. She tried to make Junior brush his teeth. He always hated brushing his teeth. But when Stepovich gets to the bathroom, he sees the shattered mirror, the blood on the wall, and the sink in the bathtub with the toothbrush. Doesn't take much to know what happened. Stepovich creeps through the darkness, saying, "Sorry, kid. You don't want to come back from this." But as he turns the corner into the kid's bedroom, you see Mutt holding this kid in his arms. He stands on the windowsill, looking at Stepovich, eyes pleading. "I told you, Stepovich, you and the lieutenant, you're easy to follow. Let's get him out of here. I know some people who can hide him." "Mutt," Stepovich says. "Stop." "Stepovich, put it down. You didn't see what he did, Mutt, to his own mother. Even if he could be rehabbed, he'd have to live with that. There's no living with that. This is the only kindness he can hope for." Mutt turns, shielding the kid with his body. But if you look at the kid, you see the kid's eyes are open. Mutt says, "Come on, man, put that down. We both know you're not gonna shoot him." And the tension in this scene is palpable. We flash back to Hook, still on the stairs. She hears bang, bang, and she calls out for Stepovich. And Stepovich returns, saying, "Let's get out of here, Lieutenant." Another down, on to the next, Hook says. As Stepovich helps her up, she admits that Mutt was right. "I am a monster," she says. But Stepovich, helping her back down the stairs and towards the MaxTac vehicle, says, "I know, boss, but this is Night City. Without monsters like us under the bed, how would anyone survive?" And it's here we see that Mutt is dead, the child is dead, 2 more bodies to add to Stepovich's nightmares. All that's left is Hook and Stepovich. Hook, line, and sinker. At last, these 2 characters meet in a grim middle ground. But ultimately, that moment of understanding cannot hide the filth of Night City, because not even Hook seems to take this as a happy ending. Okay, I'm getting right into it. The ambiguity of the motives in the ending of this story. You're kind of left wondering, is Stepovich legitimately doing quote-unquote evil because he believes it's necessary? Or is it because he actually enjoys killing, as Hook said with that, "Hey, what's that? You got a tent in your pants?" or something like that? Like, that's the thing. Is this a case of Stepovich slowly going down the path of Hook? Is he going full Melissa Rory, embracing violence, enjoying it? Is he going to admit that he enjoys it as time goes on? Or is this him sort of trying to walk a more realistic line with his potential condition? Like, does he genuinely believe that what MaxTac does is necessary, or is he using that reasoning to sort of excuse his own desire to kill, his own love for it? I don't know if I'd say that Stepovich likes to kill, because clearly he's traumatized by it. I really like that ambiguity of it, because even Hook herself is almost ambiguous. We're presented to Stepovich and Hook on opposite ends of the spectrum from each other, or at least they present that way. Whereas you have Stepovich, who seems to be very quote-unquote disciplined, trying to do the right thing, or to stay true to what he believes is right versus indulging in what is wrong. And then you have Hook, who is just fully like surrendered to being a killer. But as the story goes on, you do see that for Stepovich, it's a lot more complex than that. He struggles a lot, and he does seem to be far more understanding of the reasoning of fighting fire with fire. And you see with Hook, she isn't just a crazy killer, she actually does think about things. And even though she did sort of throw Stepovich under the bus in the Badlands with sending him out to give water to the sky, she still was calling him back when shit was about to hit the fan. So she's definitely not just a straight up psycho. The end of the story has these two kind of meeting in the middle, because you do see that Hook is like, yeah, no, I'm fucked up, but she does seem to kind of almost give a bit of a twisted shit about stopping cyberpsychos on the streets. But, you know, she's still super fucked up, and she killed that Valentino for his money. Like she argues that, hey, this guy's got a warrant, or he's got a bounty or whatever, he's not a good person, but it's still like, oh god. Recall that cyberpsycho that Stepovich fought in the mall, that when Mutt takes her down, her jaw plate falls off. It's sort of like beneath the twisted scowl or the smile that Hook always has all the time, there is somebody even inside her who is not exactly 100% thrilled at the way she is and what she does. I do like that Stepovich himself says that no, cyberpsychos are not just these unfeeling, crazy robotic people, they feel everything. And it really does give you a deeper perspective on the nature of cyberpsychosis. And I think what Regina says, comparing a cyberpsycho to people pre-Cyberware, the breakdowns that they would have, the crazy stuff that they would do when they were pushed to the edge, isn't really that different. There's also Mutt, and, you know, Mutt being like a dog. And ironically, Mutt refuses to do what his new quote-unquote master commands him to do, and perhaps it is a case of you can't teach an old dog new tricks, and maybe Mutt is Mason's old dog. I also like the sort of philosophical, moralistic debate that exists between Mutt and Hook, because you have Mutt, who is very much for, like, reforming cyberpsychos, reforming Spar Delta, the idea that, yeah, you can come back from this, versus Hook, who is definitely more like evil versus evil. And then there's Stepovich, who's stuck between these two people. Going back to that line, hook, line, and sinker, when someone falls for an excuse or a story or some sort of dishonest or deceptive reasoning. Did that happen with Stepovich? Did he fall for the idea that, well, you need evil to fight evil, so I might as well just embrace what I am? I think that depends on how you view the ending and Stepovich as a character and what could be going on in the future for him and Hook. But I don't know, would you say that what Regina peddles around about cyberpsychosis being able to be cured, is that a hook, line, and sinker for people? Is what Hook heard from the commissioner of the NCPD when she was made leader, is that also sort of a hook, line, and sinker? I'm not gonna say that Hook and Stepovich are gonna be a power couple in MaxTac as the story goes on. No, I'm not saying that, but I do sort of enjoy, like, maybe the metaphor of the way Hook looked in those two panels, where it was almost sort of like romantic looking. Like, she's beautiful, she's radiant, but she's high as shit. Like, she's high on the need to kill, to commit violence, to just satiate those needs that she has. And, you know, this definitely could be a moment where Stepovich feels that beautiful temptation to just give into that, and is Hook herself sort of an embodiment of that desire, of that need he has. That could definitely hint at some very dangerous passion. And I don't even just mean, like, between the two of them, I just mean the allure of the way Hook lives could be slowly more and more appealing to him. I also really enjoy the blurring line of good and bad in this story, the shades of gray of it. It kind of makes you ask, can you truly keep yourself clean while you're chest deep in shit? letting these crazy psycho murderer people out to protect people, that's kind of insane, right? But then you remember the context of Night City and what goes on there and how life is there and just the crime rate, the murder rate, the danger of living there, and you're kind of like, shit, is that really all we have to actually fight the evil here, is to weaponize it back against itself? Cyberpunk as a whole just always makes me think about the fact that, like, it is so unfortunately context dependent in a lot of ways. I would like to think that we all agree on certain baseline morality things, like don't hurt innocent people, don't murder people, but all it takes is like 5 minutes on some social media or whatever to show that evidently that is not a universal truth, because people hurt other people who do not deserve to be hurt in the least all the time. Individuals do it, institutions do it. It is weird when you're a kid and you're sort of taught the black and white levels of morality. It's like, oh, this is bad and this is good. But then you grow up and you realize how gray everything actually is. And I don't even mean so much what you as a person might hold to be morally important for you. I just mean like the world around you is not the way it is presented. It's not the same sort of simpler world, I guess, that it was for kids. Not all kids, because some kids obviously grow up in different circumstances, but it's just a weird what the fuck moment when that veil is lifted. I don't know, this comic really reminded me of that. And you also have sort of the introduction of a child cyberpsycho too, which, I mean, it's probably been a thing in the tabletop, but I don't think it was ever a thing in 2077. And of course, like, if you've played that gig of Mr. Hands and Phantom Liberty, you're probably thinking of that gig where Fiona was plugging all these kids with cyberware that is illegal. In the Cyberpunk universe, most places have laws against the vast majority of major cyberware for kids, and this is due to the fact that the kids are still growing up, they're still developing. They can't handle most intrusive wear because their body is trying to grow up. But of course, there's black market practitioners and scientists and ripper docs who are like, you got money? All right, I'll do it. You know, you think of Tommy, that little boy that V can meet and sort of console and maybe help. You know, you feel bad for Tommy and you want to help him. You want to help him be like a football player, of course you do. But then you realize that Tommy is doing that because his dad is putting so much pressure on him to be this athlete so they can get out of Dogtown, and that is a lot of pressure to put on a kid. And not only that, that's insane that he, you know, lets his kid get these life-altering implants where there is that risk that Tommy can end up on the streets without any support whatsoever for those implants that he has, even though he's just a little kid. Yeah, sure, you get why his dad would want to leave Dogtown. It's definitely not a safe place for him or his kid, and there's no opportunities for Tommy. Realistically, it's so hard to get out of that cycle of poverty in our world, and it's even more harder to get out of it in Cyberpunk. It's near impossible in a lot of ways. And when you see this dad, Peter, whose own kid is named Peter, like Peter Jr., you know, it's like he wanted to live vicariously through his kid. He's kind of like a soccer dad. He's chipping him illegally for sports and I guess for his own backseat sort of glory. I mean, maybe there is that desire to ensure his kid has a better chance in life than he did. But like, shit. You can understand on one hand wanting a better future for your child, but then you're left to go, oh shit, is the danger and the consequences worth it? Another thing too is that each cyberpsycho is shown to have some degree of awareness and terror at what they're doing. Or at the very least, there's this sense of helplessness. The first cyberpsycho, the Netrunner, is listening to Regina's radio interview, advocating for cyberpsychosis cure or cyberpsychosis rehab, while MaxTac is raiding the tower that he's taken over. And this sort of implies, at least for me, that he is aware enough of what is going on to maybe be hopeful of someone coming to save him, which unfortunately doesn't happen, I guess, in the way that maybe he was hoping. Then you have that Wraith, who for a brief moment expressed his own fear of what was happening to him, of what was happening around him. He seemed to be, like, disturbed by the things that he had done, though he didn't really remember it all very clearly. We also saw that second Cyber Psycho in the mall with tears in her eyes, almost like she was trapped inside her own mind. And then you have the child at the end who was scared and confused, like any kid would be in his situation. Any adult, even. Stepovich looks back on what he did when he went Cyber Psycho with deep regret, and even Hook, at the end of the story, in a roundabout way, admits that she's aware that she is fucked up. You know, I guess it takes all kinds. I'm sure that there are Cyber Psychos who were fucked up before getting chromed, like Adam Smasher. But in this story, you see the complexity hidden within each sufferer of cyberpsychosis. Even in Hook, there is that hint of it. Cyberpsychosis is definitely a symptom of a larger problem, as Stepovich sorta says. It's corpo propaganda, or at least I think it is. It's easier to blame the victim and the things that they do entirely on themselves when the illness more or less sprouts from the rotten core of, let's say, the cyberpunk world's society. But all the cyberpsychos in the story lived under immense stress. They were overworked, underpaid, struggling to survive in a world dominated by the powerful few. Even the child, who had that unique situation of being too young to handle all that chrome in a physical sense, he was also living under the immense pressure to accomplish and do as his father wished. The whole desire of Stepovich throughout the story to just be able to make it stop. A thing we see Mutt try to teach him in the first mission, when his body is overtaken by the Cyberpsycho Netrunner and he can't control his limbs. Stepovich then later repeats that same sort of lesson, that you can stop, you can do it, when he tries to tell that mother of two Cyberpsycho, stop too. But of course, in a roundabout way, this is Stepovich trying to prove to himself that yes, he can stop, he can come back from cyberpsychosis, but of course this sort of falls apart for him when she cannot stop. Stepovich wants to believe that Mutt is right, that he can come back from the things that he's done, but Mutt doesn't understand what it's like to be a cyberpsycho. Mason probably didn't either. It really only seems like Hook does, maybe Ritter, but like he's there and then he's gone. And Hook being that sort of reflection of him, it is quite concerning. Because Stepovich doesn't want to be a monster, but he feels like said monster is beating against the cage all day. Could Stepovich keep it reined in? Or is he doomed, no matter what, to become like Hook? Also, if you remember anything about the Cyberpunk tarot cards, or if you know things about tarot, that last panel where there's like that circle of light shining on the two bodies of, Mutt and the kid, and I'm assuming the bodies that only Stepovich sees, bodies of people that he has killed. Like, it's like the moon shining down on them. And then when you remember the moon tarot card is supposed to be about kinda your subconscious feelings. But it can also represent hidden adversaries and maybe confusion. The other thing too is that typically the moon card has a domesticated dog and a wolf that are both howling at the moon. I don't know, you could look at it I guess as maybe Stepovich is carrying on the mantle of a mutt and Hook is the wolf. And sometimes when she smiles it is like a wolfish, toothy grin, or full-on smile I should say. And you can find this on Wikipedia. According to A.E. Waite's 1911 book, The Pictorial Key to the Tarot, quote, "The card represents life of the imagination apart from life of the spirit. The dog and wolf are the fears of the natural mind in the presence of that place of exit, when there is only reflected light to guide it. The intellectual light is a reflection, and beyond it is the unknown mystery which it cannot reveal. It illuminates our animal nature." I just think it's really interesting to see that ending shot, and to see the two of them, that moonlight shape. Just a cool bit of tarot trivia to bring into things. Let me know your thoughts on that. In a city full of netrunners, there is one who falls beneath notice, perhaps by her own design. She does not have a rig in the afterlife like Nyx. She doesn't even seemingly have any questionable motives, leaving Yoko Tsuru as a bit of an enigma, as she is someone who is mysteriously familiar with some of the creepiest shit that the old net has to offer. Hello, my name is Liddy, and welcome to Shaped by Stories, where we unpack how characters shape stories, and how those stories shape us. Let's get into it. There is not much on Yoko's character that screams to an early game V that she has seen some terrifying things out there. But before we cover that titillating point, I want to highlight all the little details that there are about her. These little splashes that make the grander picture, as it just goes to show that even the tiniest, most seemingly inconsequential side character can still be utilized in an awesome way, and I love Yoko as an example of that. Yoko is a netrunner in Watson who operates out of Kabuki. According to her database entry, she is somewhat of a lone wolf. In perhaps a kinder world, that might be an issue, but in Night City, as we all know, you can't really trust anyone. But that's not to say that Yoko isn't somewhat of a pillar of her more niche community. Her shop in Kabuki, EdgeNet, is a hub for countless runners and casual net scrollers alike. Just because Yoko is more aloof, that doesn't mean she doesn't care about her customers. In a way, that is her quote-unquote safe outlet for caring for others. This makes her friendship with T-Bug make a lot more sense. Both these characters seem to have a genuine nature beneath their more rocky surface, but they have to censor it for their own well-being. As Yoko's database says, she doesn't trust people just because she's naturally abrasive. She doesn't trust people because in Night City that is the most sensible thing to do. Yoko has a remarkable reputation in Watson, with a number of regular customers. Whether it's fancy schmancy corpo gear or black market tech, Yoko delivers. And she likes this smaller scale life. As Yoko's database says, quote, "Those who've used her services keep coming back, and the problems they come in with, the goods they seek and the stories they tell, give Yoko what no corporate job would give her, the feeling of being needed." And that is such a simple motive, and I love that they took the time to give Yoko that kind of characterization. But it does make you wonder, what led her to running her own little business? What kind of history does she have? Did she always just want to be a small business owner in Night City, or was she once something a little more risky? V's first meeting with Yoko doesn't give away her skills exactly, it's simply just T-Bug directing us to her in order to hook V up with their first demon. We can come back and visit her after the Konpeki heist, where she will tell us what she's heard, that T-Bug's body was found fried in her apartment. People debate over whether that's true, whether it's a rumor or a lie intentionally spread by Yoko to this day, and honestly, that is the least potentially sketchy thing about Yoko in my opinion. And from this point on, Yoko can just remain a merchant netrunner in Kabuki for the many more netrunning savvy Vs out there. Because the only way that we learn about Yoko's more colorful netrunning past, and honestly impressive skill, is through the Mr. Hands path of the Black Steel and the Hour of Chaos quest. Hands hooks up V with one of his main runners to hack into MaxTac, and that ends up being none other than Yoko. That Yoko works with Mr. Hands says a lot. Hands is not known for hiring crapshoot solos or average operatives. In a way, he's kind of Rogue's main rival, you could say, in terms of fixer competence and power. Certainly an ambition. Yoko is able to hack into MaxTac in 10 hours, making her the third fastest runner to choose for this quest, and she also makes an offer on Hand's behalf for V to get some more rewards, namely the MaxTac Mantis Blades. But this is not the last of V's potential interactions with Yoko. Should you grab the necessary components from the Cynosure facility, including the behavioral input from Cerberus, that mechanical Blackwall AI-influenced nightmare fuel, V gets a text message from an unknown number. It's heavily implied that these are rogue AIs contacting you from beyond the Blackwall or from Cynosure. It's unclear, and that's what makes it even more creepy. They direct V to an unnamed netrunner who ends up being Yoko. When V gets there, Yoko reveals that she has already been paid to rework the chip for V's use as a weapon or as a cyberdeck. And this is what Yoko says after a few hours of work.
Usually, I don't ask customers what they want to do with the tech they bring me. And I will also not ask this time. But this comes from a place that should probably be buried under a fat layer of concrete. The algorithms that run this circuit. I have seen the like long, long ago. You should not let Netwatch catch you with this. I'm serious.
But for her to have encountered this kind of Cynosure type stuff before, it makes you wonder. For Yoko to be capable of hacking MaxTac, to be capable of reworking this kind of secret technology, to understand the danger it poses, and perhaps, most freakishly, that she's the one that these likely rogue AIs chose to do this kind of work. Not just anyone would do, I wager. Maybe a quiet life of retail is what she turned to when she tore off a bit more than she could stomach. A matter of the quiet life, or a blaze of glory. Could she have just been a runner for hire, much like T-Bug, in her days before her business? I don't think that's unlikely. But could Yoko have been involved in Project Cynosure's second rendition in the 2060s? A big part of the backstory of Project Cynosure is how it slowly strips the netrunners who worked on it of their own sense of control. The people in the Cynosure facility started hearing whispers in the walls, in their head, voices and influences that just weren't their own. So-Mi describes her own extreme condition as if someone is looming over her, a shadow that can slip into her skin like a costume in those moments where she just isn't there anymore. This is what interacting with the Black Wall did to her mind, her identity. And considering the fact that the Cynosure research of the 2060s played probably a huge role in So-Mi's ability to interact with the Black Wall, you wonder if all the netrunners or personnel involved in the project experienced similar side effects, albeit a lot less severe. The Cassell twins are an interesting potential example of how the project could have traumatized the people working on it. While the twins may have always been immense opposites of one another, could the empty sensation of the Black Wall, its creeping, overpowering nature, have amplified some of the twins' more extreme traits? On one hand, Aurore, from what we know, is a bit of a risk junkie. She loves indulging in physical pleasures, but she seems to really relish danger and adrenaline. Could she be chasing that high now just to try and fill the void that Cynosure left behind? Merrick is the opposite. In the potential face of this lack of control, he now holds himself tightly wound, almost superstitiously. He refuses drink. He stores his memories in separate drives. Everything about him, every word, every action, every gamble, is immaculately controlled. Even his interest in knives feels very rooted in control, like he has to have a hand on the pulse at all times. Yoko's involvement in the same project is entirely speculative. Yet, if she truly has first-hand experience with Project Cynosure, could she also be in the middle of this sort of trauma spectrum? It seems Yoko enjoys her work, the challenge, the rush, the independence, but she also prefers the safety of the walls of her shop. The sense of control that comes with the innocuous daily life of a simple merchant in one of Night City's most lively districts. That she works with hands might be her one way of reliving those old days. It's not unheard of for a netrunner to end up finding some crazy secret information on their own. And Yoko seems certainly skilled enough that that's a possibility. But from what we read of Cynosure, from what we can hear Myers say about her use of So-Mi in the Black Wall, these Militech NUSA FIA operations and this tech was on a need-to-know basis. I do find the idea of Yoko randomly stumbling across this sort of stuff very unlikely. Maybe Nix could have found it, as it just takes him 4 hours to hack MaxTac, versus Yoko's 10. Maybe even Sandra. But I'm not as sure about Yoko. In the overall game, Yoko says very little to V, given her small and largely optional role. But that she takes the time to seriously warn V, this normally blunt and unflappable person, now speaking with an edge to her voice, it makes you stop and consider. Or maybe it doesn't, and you just go get your Kanto and just Blackwall protocol the shit out of some people. That Yoko almost refers to the chip's origins as needing to be buried in concrete. I don't know, to me that makes me think she knows more than any average netrunner would. Who knows? If she does have a history with Cynosure, maybe that's why Hands chose to put her on his payroll. If anyone in Dogtown knew about what lurked underground before Hansen cracked it open, it would probably be Hands. He'd want to be prepared. Like, there's one part of me that's like, well, maybe she just worked for Militech and encountered stuff, and who knows, maybe she just has some parallel skills that interface nicely with this Cynosure tech. But it's the fact that the AIs contact her. Why do they choose her? And that she knows how to work that technology in just a matter of hours? Like, Whatever the case, Yoko is a great example of how even the smallest of characters can leave the player, the reader, the viewer, with a deep sense of dread and a lot of questions. There's a subtle kind of intimacy, too, that comes with the fact that it is this net-running merchant minor character who seems to be the only other person who knows about the horrors that V holds. And from a meta perspective, I also just love side characters where you're able to just ask 1,000 questions about them in your own head. It's a character that just feels alive and full of interesting stories. You know what they say, there are no small roles, just writers who enjoy scaring the shit out of their audience in even the smallest ways by saying the least possible things, and those who don't. Everybody wants to be somebody else. Apparently that's a quote from The Punisher, but I could have swore that something like it was also said in Mad Men. It just feels very Mad Men-y. But even if it's not, we've all felt that feeling at least a couple of times in our lives. Life can suck sometimes, and it's always nice to escape into a good story. A cool field of interest, maybe, or even in a daydream. Sometimes it is nice to put yourself in some imaginary character's shoes for a bit. But in the Cyberpunk 2077 quest, Dazed and Confused, we see that taken very literally. And we see just how far the idea of being in someone else's shoes can go, for better and for worse. Hello, my name is Liddy, and welcome to Shaped by Stories, where we unpack how characters shape stories, and how those stories shape us. Let's get into it. While going about their business in Dogtown, Mr. Hands texts V with a new, if initially shruggable gig. Lina Malina, a local braindance personality, needs a rescue, but not from some gang or compound or high-rise with high security. Rather, she needs to be extracted from inside that austere, imposing statue of a head facing Dogtown's gate. It turns out a BD rental shop called the Brainporium runs out of it, which, yeah, cool location all things considered. Sounds simple enough. Except not really. When V gets to the Brainporium, we see that the place has been trashed. BD shelves lay down turned, DVD-esque cases, oh the nostalgia, litter the floor. We can also find a noted stack of Lina Malina best of BDs. Someone's clearly a big fan. As well as some Lina Malina bath water right next to a glass full of water. Yum! But as we snoop about, we hear shouting in the basement. As we enter that fateful downstairs room, we don't see a graphic murder scene or anything like that. We just see Shank, shaking his head, doing his best to ignore the dramatic threats from Tool, his fellow Brainporium owner, who is currently trapped in a locked scrolling room. No Lina Malina in sight. Except...
I am Lina Malina, queen bitch of Dogtown. Listen, get me out of here and I'll let you take me out to dinner. Maybe.
Guess it's your lucky day.
Hey, baby doll, eyes up. Stare at my tits long enough. Bash this asshole in the head and take me home.
Put a sock in it, dumbass.
Looking at any poster around Dogtown, we can see that Lina Malina looks rather different in person from her artistic portrayal. But that's when Shank takes us upstairs, and he explains what happened.
Tool's been a die-hard fan of Lina since the beginning. Relives all her BDs. This being Dogtown, a few days ago we had a power surge. BD Reed was pulling juice while Tool was, well, being Lina. BD got stuck in his head, sizzled his synapses. Ever since then, he thinks he's the real Lina Malina, talks like her, acts like her, the whole works.
Now that is a really interesting concept to explore, that glitch of the mind occurring from a BD. We see Anna Knox go cyber psycho from a glitched BD, and now we get to see someone get their brain rewritten with the personality of the person that they were watching. And on top of it, this is a person that Tool was apparently the biggest fan of. Shank, however, rather than help his best friend get back to his old self, sees an opportunity. See, he and Tool were having some rough times. Dogtown is no place for a BD business, as most people are broke and Barguest's business tax has been bleeding Tool and Shank dry. You can look on their computer just behind the desk to see just how much they are losing in terms of money and how much of it is going to Barguest. These two need money and fast. So, while they have this opportunity in their crosshairs, why not approach the real Lina Malina for the braindance opportunity of a lifetime? Lina Malina meets Toolina. Shank reveals that Lina, despite her quote-unquote celebrity persona, hasn't actually had a big break yet, and he tells V that she's pretty much down to do anything for the right price. And looking at Lina Malina's repertoire, as well as a file on her computer for future BD ideas, we see that she will do violent brain dances, gambling, amusement park shootouts, adrenaline rush type stuff, mukbang, pornography, watching her own brain dances to make some meta type content. This lady's pretty determined to do whatever she's gotta do to get that big break. The devil works hard, but Lina Malina works harder. V can opt out of this gig right out the gate, but that would mean an early end to an otherwise fun quest, so we are going to do it. However, before we head out to find Lina, we have a couple things to explore in the Brainporium really quick. So behind that BD counter where their computer is, we can actually find a password written down on a random note paper, and that password is 1111. This is the password for Tool's cell, and we can release Toolina and complete the contract, and complete the gig, because as Shank guesses, Toolina must have sent that request for a rescue to Mr. Hands before Shank jammed her comms. If we do so, we can get a smooch from Toolina before she struts out of the Brainporium for good.
Fuck yeah, nice.
Almost too easy, that. And to think it all went by so quick.
I don't fucking believe this bullshit.
Congratulations, loser. You get one free ticket to having the shit kicked out of you by my boys. Ciao.
It's nothing personal. Gig's a gig.
Here's a gig for you. Get the fuck out of my store. And if you ever step foot in here again, I'm gonna shove every BD we've got up your ass.
So I followed Toolina as she left, only for her to just stop right here, sort of beneath the Biotechnica building where Kurt Hansen gets ambushed by scavs in that one flashback mission. And Toolina just faces this wall of an alley, and that is it. Like, Shank also never wants to see you again after this. He will have to close the business without Tool being there to help. So let's just rewind, because Toolina's star power is wasted staring at a concrete block. So V dons their BD agent director mantle once again, their PA Johnny Silverhand at their side. You can find Lina's home, a revamped set of cargo containers on stilts basically, just outside the Longshore stacks. But on the stairs to her home, we are met by some scavs, all dressed in the trademark purple pinkish tiger stripes worn by the queen bitch of Dogtown. It turns out Lina has an upcoming shoot with these scavs set up by her agent, Melanie. Judging from some dialogue and emails that we can find throughout the quest, working with the scavs is a regular thing for Lina. There's some people who speculate Lina may have been a scav once herself, but there's really no solid evidence to that. V can convince these scavs to leave using this street kid dialogue, for instance.
Word in Dogtown's that you're on Barguest's shit list. Suggest you Delta while they're spread thin looking.
How the fuck would you know?
Paid me to tally you up, scan your gear. If I'm being honest, fuck those guys. Shot a chum of mine last year.
Screw this, we're out of here. Not getting paid to eat lead.
Or V, if they broke into Lina's apartment from the back and read about the scav shoot on her computer prior, can lie to the scavs about Lina being ill in order to get them to leave. We can also just flatline them though, and if you do this, it's best if you hide the bodies. And funny enough, you can actually hide one of the scavs' bodies in Lina's fridge. And she will text V later like, what the fuck? V breaks into Lina's apartment in search of her. She's not home. And here we find a lot of interesting stuff. We find a boxing championship trophy from 2076, which I hope is hers because that would be pretty great. Unless it's her boyfriend's. Because yes, if you read her computer, Lina seems to have a relationship of sorts with Razor Hughes, the giant guy that V can fight in the final Beat on the Brat quest. So the emails on her computer with him change depending on whether V had fought him prior to the quest. It also changes depending on whether they won or they lost. And yeah, Razor kind of pulls a Napoleon, all scholarly debate about the actual meaning of this remark aside, and tells her not to wash. He likes her sweet and salty, okay. But I still like to think that Lina won the 2076 championship, and that's why Razor is like, oh my god, this woman is my dream. You can find Lina's trademark baseball bat on her wall, as well as some questionable things in her sink. You can also find her posters plastered on the ceiling above her bed. You can find a bouquet of roses from a fan, as well as a painting of a rose attributed to someone named MM. Apparently the set of initials is spotted in various spots throughout the game. MM is mentioned in regards to mourning the orbital air tragedy post Songbird's Phantom Liberty ending. And this rose features throughout the game as well, apparently. Nobody seems to know why. So on Reddit, I've seen people theorize that Misty is MM, as she has a copy of that painting too, which when you scan it, again, it also says MM. But Misty's last name is Olszewski. Starts with an O, not an M. As funny as it would be for Misty to be a secret fan of Lina Malina, I and some other people don't think it's her. That picture is also apparently in the Chubby Buffalo 2, where you meet River. On top of that, some people have also theorized that MM is Miyamoto Musashi. And others theorize, and I like this one the most, it's Maximum Mike. No one has any sure clue at this point who MM is, from what I could find. It's just a cool little mystery in this random side quest, right? If you know anything about MM or whatever, please share. If there's enough here, I would make a video on that. However, there is something even more insane and shocking and terrible that we can find in Lina Malina's apartment. She has no bathtub. That's right, it's fake bathwater. Yeah, you can find an email where she's yelling at Melanie about how much overstock she's got of the bath water and that she's ran her sink dry filling up the jars and she's pretty pissed off because no one's really buying it. Lastly though, you can find an email from pre-Toolina Edgar Toole where he says this: Dear Lina, I work at a BD rental store, so when I tell you I've seen it all, I'm not lying. But that changed when I came across your virtues. They feel so alive, so authentic, that when I take off my wreath, I feel like I'm a stranger in my own body, as if I was only myself when I'm seeing the world through your eyes. The real world just outside my window is like some weird dream compared to what's waiting for me under my wreath. Sometimes I wish I could shed my body like a chrysalis or something, and live as you through your scrolls forever. Edgar. And that definitely does shed some light on Edgar Toole, as we don't exactly get to properly meet him. And yeah, I feel bad for the guy. Like, he doesn't sound super happy with his life. I know Night City's not exactly a happy place, so that's not a crazy thing, but there's more to this in a bit. So, after going through all of Lina Malina's belongings, V ends up waiting for her just outside her apartment, knowing she probably wouldn't be super happy to see V, like, elbows deep in her bathwater box. So this interaction can go a number of ways. For starters, if we hack one of her computers in her apartment and snuck the Brainporium chute in there, V can just pretend to be related to the chute, to a studio, and bluff their way through getting her to go to the Brainporium. Otherwise, V can pay Lina 10,000 eddies, they can use the selfie they took with Carrie and Uscracks to prove that they're not full of shit, and they can also name-drop Rachel Kasich from the Sinnerman quest, as well as their involvement with the production of The Passion. Personally, that is my favorite option.
BD called The Passion. Heard of it?
Who hasn't? Big premiere, controversy, protest, sold millions of copies.
Worked with the producer, Rachel. Been in the biz for a while.
Sorry for doubting you. Had to make sure you were legit. Got no idea how many times I've been conned.
I take it we've got a deal.
We do. Did you bring me my script?
Won't be needing one. It's all improvised. Sending you the address. I'll meet you there tonight. The producer, Shank, he'll be waiting for you on location.
Got to get ready, do my makeup, nails. Thanks, sweetie. Ciao.
And you do have to choose one of these more dishonest options, because telling Lina the truth, that Tool is actually suffering from brain damage and having Lina there could be essential to reversing it, she doesn't care. And now that the scabs have fucked off, she has more things to worry about than whatever random shit this is.
Listen, there's this guy I know had an accident while reliving your PDs. Seriously fucked with his head. Could really help if you talk to him.
Do I look like a fucking nun to you? If he's sick, take him to a clinic. Get the fuck off my property.
And the end. Tune in next time for V's adventures in Dogtown.
Gee, thanks.
Shank, however, is grateful that you tried. He's not mad at V, which is nice. Thanks, Shank. But insofar as we know, Toolina is still stuck as Toolina. So we gotta go full BD agent extraordinaire once again. Off Lina goes to do her makeup, excited for another opportunity. After an in-game day or so, we get a text from Shank. Lina and Toolina are at each other's throats, and V needs to get there to handle shit. But there's an extra pathway we can take if we want. Depending on how far you are in the story of 2077, V can call Vic and or Judy for advice on this sort of situation. They will recommend finding something from Tool's pre-Lina life that will stir a strong reaction from the buried Tool persona in order to bring him back. And there's two things I'm pretty sure that we can use for that. If I'm missing anything, let me know. So the first thing we can use is the earlier email from Tool to Lina, but the second thing is a handwritten letter paired with a drawing of Lina that Johnny and V can find on the floor in the Brainporium basement.
Oh, interesting.
Dear Lina, I've been following you ever since the beginning when you were making those crazy amateur BDs with those bikers from the Badlands. I'm going through a difficult time right now. Life kicked me pretty hard in the ass. I can only catch a break when I'm being you. Thanks for the preem content. I know you're putting your body and soul into these BDs. Your biggest fan, Edgar Tool. Cute. Started to wish I hadn't burned all my fan mail.
Handwritten. Heartfelt, too. It must have been important, getting this to her.
And this gives you yet another look at Tool and how unhappy he seems in his life. He got Lina a heart-shaped bouquet of roses to give to her with this letter, but it seems like he may have been too nervous to deliver it. Or, maybe the current incident got in the way. But yeah, when you read this and then you read his old email where he mentions wanting to emerge from a chrysalis like a butterfly into Lina herself, it's kind of just it sounds like this guy kind of got, in a way, what he wanted, which is a rare thing in Night City. Even though I'm sure he didn't exactly mean for things to go exactly like this, V arrives at the Brainporium for the shoot, while Toolina and Lina argue.
I won't let this go! These looks are copyright protected, okay? You will be paying me for the rest of your life.
Your looks, Fatso? Yours?
Bags, shoes, glasses, all custom made. Lina Malina is a registered trademark. You fucking copycat bitch.
Okay, like, this is fucking weird. How am I even supposed to act?
Toolina thinks that they're the real Lina. Sassy Brock meets Sassy Hardplace, so V has to take over and become the almighty director. We can choose to send the letter or the email to Lina, for Lina to read to Tool. In this case, the BD is a failure. Lina is angry and she leaves, feeling like her time is wasted, but Tool is returned to himself. And he's kind of pissed at Shank. He's definitely confused, he's discombobulated, understandably. It's gonna take him some time to recover.
Whoa! You look just like Lina Malina.
I am Lina Malina.
Listen, I know life is hard, and you do stuff to try and escape, like pretending to be someone else. But at some point, you have to accept who you really are. We all do.
Am I being punked?
Formulaic conventional narratives are so last gen. This is art, okay? A study of the labyrinth of the human soul.
What a bunch of amateurs. I'm out of here.
Shank, don't sell her any more BDs.
Thanks for the help. Settle your fee in a sec.
What the? Shank! What the fuck am I wearing?
Hey, Tool. Glad you're back.
Back? Huh? Fuck do you mean back?
Tell you all about it later, okay? No need to drag our, customers into this.
But it does actually feel like it's not a great ending. Because, let's face it, everybody is still miserable. They're all still stuck in Dogtown. Shank has already said that they were struggling to make ends meet, which is one side of frustration that will just probably continue and get worse. Lina's career is still stuck in Dogtown, and she doesn't exactly like to work with scavs. But most of all, after reading Tool's letters and seeing how unhappy he is, it is kind of like, is he gonna be any happier back as himself? And I know that sounds nuts to argue that on the surface, but, you know, we kind of just deleted a version of Tool that he has expressed a desire to be. Recall the chrysalis line from that fan email. And I know he didn't exactly mean it literally. I mean, maybe he did. But, you know, nobody could have expected things to go the way they did. I haven't found any evidence that suggests that this was an intentional thing that Tool did to himself. It does seem like a genuine accident. But all this kind of reminds me of is, like, I know it's different, but when my grandma had the worst of her dementia, the best thing to do with all of her delusions was just to go along with them. Like, if she thought there were, like, children running in the halls, and spoiler, there were no children, it was just old people rolling around really quietly, you just assured her that you would make sure that the kids stopped. If she thought that the pillow on her bed had a sleeping baby on it, you kind of just went along with it and you spoke softly while you were in her room with her. You know, actually at one point she was like, "Who's that handsome man? My goodness," about my dad. And my mom didn't even bother to tell her that that was her own son. My mom just said, "Sorry lady, I think he's married." And it was ultimately pointless to try and argue with her because to her this was genuinely her reality. And the other layer of it too is like, even if you could cure her mind to function just like everybody else's does, once again, you know, she would probably not be super happy to find out that her husband was dead. Not all her kids were alive. She was not, in fact, young. She did not, in fact, have babies. She was not, in fact, as independent as she thought she was. Just, you know, these things just make you think. I know Toolina's not demented and she's an entirely different persona from Tool, but I kind of feel the same way about it. Okay. Other endings. We can tell Lina to tell Toolina that she's an FIA clone, and that will result in Toolina seriously believing that she is in danger. She is like, "Oh god, the NUSA are gonna hunt me down," and she runs away. Lina says thanks, but no thanks to any future work with them, as the political spy thriller stuff isn't really her jam. So no, this isn't a great ending either. So we go with the third option. Lina tells Toolina that they are long-lost sisters.
Little sis, remember our first apartment in Haywood? Sandwiched between an All Foods and a Kangtao warehouse? We had the swing out of Thornton tires and rebars.
You made it for me. I thought I lost you forever, and here you are. You have to remember. Please.
No, I can't believe it. It's impossible.
We were always like two little peas in a pod.
Sister, it's really you.
And cut!
Didn't turn out bad, huh?
Oh, the drama. And while it's all make-believe for Lina, to Lina, this is a formative experience. This is all a real revelation of her life. And after this quest, she kind of breaks down a bit, marveling at all these quote-unquote old memories flashing back up at her after this recording. Lina is super into the concept and what she sees, I guess, as Toolina's extreme method acting, and she agrees to keep working with her. And Shank is extra excited because this means that they won't be left to rot in poverty in Dogtown after all. And as time goes on, we get texts from Lina about her and Toolina. And Lina actually seems to develop a genuine liking for her new sister. And she even fires Mel, her old agent, to make Shank her new one. The three of them move to Night City and their fame grows and grows. But that's not all. I'm not sure if this happens no matter what, but in my experience it only happens if you mention Rachel Kasich to Lina earlier. Lina, Toolina, and Shank approach her and Fourth Wall Studios, name-dropping V to get in with the studio. Rachel, I believe only if she was satisfied with the Passion BD, will text V asking if these three actually know who they are. V can say yes and tell her that they're a cool bunch, they'll make them money, and Rachel will take them on. Lina and Toolina will become overnight sensations, and you can find them outside Fourth Wall Studios, with a now fancy Shank managing their merch.
Oh, well. Who would have thought?
Hey there, Chief. Good to see ya. Shit, lost my train of thought.
Let her through. She's with us. Well, hello there, cutie.
Hi.
Whoa.
Hey, struck by my beauty.
Hey, quick selfie. All three of us?
Duh. Get your cute tush over here.
And you may feel bad wondering if the Tool persona deep down is happy with this. Maybe he's not, but maybe he is. If he is there, he got what he wished for and everybody is living safer, seemingly happier, more comfortable lives. Of course, you can't shake the griminess of this quest, with Shank not being super concerned with his friend, Lina being uncaring towards the actual situation with Tool should you tell her, and the potential existential nightmare that old Tool could be suffering from within. It's definitely pretty scary when you consider that possibility. Or maybe he's not. Maybe Tool is completely gone in the place of Toolina. And it seems Toolina is loving her life. She actually seems quite sweet. I'm actually reminded of that episode of Star Trek Voyager where Tuvok gets meshed with Neelix. Do you guys remember that episode? Like, I haven't watched that show for 15 years. I have not watched that episode in probably even longer, so I will admit I don't remember all the details of it. I used to watch Voyager because my dad had it on when I got home from school. And like in this episode in particular, there's this whole dilemma of, well, sure, Neelix and Tuvok are two people who matter to the crew. Janeway is left with the conundrum of the new person that is Tuvix. And Tuvix himself expresses a desire to live, not to die by being severed back into two people. Like maybe that's the same thing with Toolina. Are we not killing an innocent person if we delete her in favor of bringing back Tool. Because from what we know, Tool was lost because of a freak accident. Like, it just happened, nobody intended it to happen. But in the case of deleting Toolina, we're deliberately erasing her. Some people could argue that that is more murderous than Tool's initial deletion. It's like Johnny and V sort of too, the debate of is one more deserving of life than the other? Should baby Johnny be allowed a chance to actually live a life, as they were technically just born with OG Johnny's messed up memories? Or should V ultimately be the personality to win out in the end because it is ultimately their body? Yeah, the Toolina x Lina quest can go way deeper than you think. And it was really fun. V, BD manager, strikes gold again.